Call to order the City of Seaside City Council, successor agency to the redevelopment agency regular meeting. Thursday, October 5th, 2023, 5 p.m. Roll call, please.
Council and Agency Member Miller.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Burks.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Garcia Arizola.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Pacheco. Mayor and Chair Oglesby.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We'll go to item number 3, which is invocation and pledge allegiance. My understanding is Reverend Les is going to lead us in invocation. I would ask the Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in the pledge of allegiance, if he would, please.
Let us pray. Gracious God, our Father, we thank you right now just for the day that you've allowed us to see. Now, Lord, as we assemble here in the chambers, we ask that you would continue to give vision to the leaders of this city. We ask that the people would receive it and we would hear it, that we move forward together. Bless us now in the name of Jesus. Amen. With the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to the review of the agenda. City Manager, City Attorney, is there any items that need to be added to the agenda at this time?
No changes, Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you so much. Is there any additions to the agenda? Councilmember Garcia Arizola.
Mayor, can we close today's meeting in honor of Luis Vasquez, owner of La Tortuga, who passed away this morning?
Yes, we can. And I believe the clerk has that information. So thank you. I do anticipate, if needed, some type of recess around the 7:30 hour time frame. Next, we'll go to public comments. I'm sorry. Next, I believe the city manager has some comments he wanted to make prior to public comments.
I'd like to make a few comments. I will make them brief and direct. Been about 6 months. You saw me walking around with a cane. And the one weekend I took 3 days off to do a little hiking with my son. We had a water pressure drop. It dropped in, and for many reasons, but it can indicate that once it drops, there's a risk of sedimentation. The acting manager was the chief. It makes great sense to put the chief because he's empowered to engage in emergency SWAT teams, you name it. But he's Mr. Emergency. He's a perfect person. When the water drop occurred for Seaside Muni users, the communication did not reach him. Had it reached him and had it reached our PIO, we would have sent a good notice, a proper notice. The one that was sent was wrong. It won't happen again. And had I seen it, I can tell you that when you put a notice of that type, you basically add to it a map on the back in English and Spanish, and it says there's a water drop in English and Spanish. Here's the map in the back. In an abundance of caution, we're asking you to engage in the boil water notice. And on top of the page in bold letters in English and Spanish, it says, if you are not a Seaside Muni customer, this does not apply to you. This does not apply to you. And the aftermath, after both tests as protocol by the State Water Board, it indicated known danger. There was never any danger. There was a drop in pressure, but both tests, which we do monthly, indicate no problem with the system. We do that monthly. It's part of the Seaside Water. What we do, we apologize for any fear, misapprehension this may have caused. Had numerous calls, dealt with people. Hey, I'm mixing water formula for my baby. It's contaminated. I have an autoimmune deficiency. We got to tell the kiddos at the school. The mistake, again, which we own up to, was in not putting that admonition. The 2 tests, we ran them. They were clean. There was never any risk. Won't happen again. It's incumbent upon me to take those measures, and we will. We do. We take this very seriously. We provide water. Other purveyors provide electricity. We constantly have emergencies, whether it be a sinkhole, whether it be a major accident, whether it be again, a drainage pipe failing, whether it be backflow valve and you got sewage coming to your house. We deal with these all the time. But again, wanted to assure you, apologize to those that were affected. Won't happen again. We've taken the measures and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Any council members have any comments they wanted to make? Brief, go ahead, Councilman Garcia is on.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for taking ownership on, I think, what I categorize as a serious issue. And I just want to emphasize and reinforce that our responsibility to the public is to be as transparent as possible, remit information as soon as possible to the constituency. But I'm just frustrated and saddened to how it was handled. Immediately, it should have been something that we should have given immediate notice to constituents, not only via paper, but also via social media. And I think this also calls for a much larger issue on how we do communications or what our protocols for communications are. And I think in this instance, the worst thing that we did as a city was realize we weren't in a crisis when we were in a crisis, and we needed to emphasize the importance of the severity of the issue. But also, I just want to emphasize that that I know it just doesn't come on you, and there's others involved. So let's just make sure that we're holding everybody accountable that had something to do with this. Thank you. And I also want to highlight and thank the city clerk for being so responsive and giving information out to the community as soon as she could. I know information was rolling out as soon as it could. So I just want to highlight and thank you for that, because you really went the extra mile for us. Thank you.
Anybody else have some brief? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, thank you for having us all move forward. Maybe in concept, it'd be great to have a plan of action for emergencies in general, be it small or large, be it the officer. So on all, aspects of emergencies, we know where to do, how to do it, and how to go and be in a written document. So we bring those in the future. That's just my brief thought.
Anyone else?
Just to,
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Anyone else? City Manager.
We do. And the mistake was the lack of notification to this office, but I own up to it. I will fix it.
It's, I think, two quick points for me. I agree with both statements from the two council members and Mayor Pro Tem, and I know probably the other council members feel the same. We do need to make sure that these things don't happen. I do want to tip my hat to the city clerk, the PIO. When the information was given to her, I know she cut short her other obligations. Probably was on the way out the door. I know she was on the way out the door because I called her. And she stopped what she was doing and realized the importance of what we were trying to do. And she put out the best information she could as soon as she could. And I thought that was fantastic. And I know that's part of the city manager's leadership on making sure we do the right things. I do want to clarify one thing, city manager, city attorney, he did say something about we did something wrong, and I don't accept that at this point. The notices could have been, a little bit more official looking and things like that, but we didn't do anything wrong.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, no, the city water company did nothing wrong. It used the templates that are on the Department of Drinking Water Standards web pages. Could there have been improvements to those notices? Absolutely. But in terms of legal terminology, there was nothing that we did wrong.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was just my 2 points. The city manager is always trying to make sure we do the best here in the city, and cities had these type of things go on, so it's not like it's going to be the first. And to be real, it won't be the last. It's just how we respond to them. So as we move on to public comment is open. Members of the public wishing to address the city council on matters within the jurisdiction of the city of Seaside may do so up to 3 minutes. We ask that you hold your comments on items that are on the agenda to that agenda item to call. You will have 3 minutes at that time. For the benefit of the public, we ask that you state your name. Public comment is open. Yes, sir, come on.
My name is Chandler Rowland. I'm a marina resident. My subject is the MST Project Surf Program, whereby 2 express bus lanes will be built from the Marina Transit Station, destroying 6 miles of environmental landscape and recreational activities to the Sand City Transit Station. The MSC General Manager indicates in a September 7, 2023 email to me that MST does not report data regarding the passenger ridership totals for the only 2022-23 existing Route 20 express trips between these 2 transit stations. In 2022, MST's annual report, MST staff sponsored over 90 gatherings for public feedback on the SURF program. But this same MST organization is unable to survey passenger ridership totals between their 2 transit stations. The cost would be 0 because MST drivers could possibly gather and record this information. My informal biased survey through recent passengers using the Route 20 express trips between these 2 transit stations indicates an average of 3 passengers for each 40-seat bus trip. Yet MST states they expect 880,000 riders a year will use the newly completed Surf Express bus lines. MST once again misleads Monterey citizens and city council members on the questionable benefits of this possible $200 million taxpayer project.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Seaside. I apologize. I haven't been here in a while. I've been just not making the meeting. Sorry. I would like to add to the prayer. Lord, thank you for your sacrifice on the cross. Help us to know and do your will. And may the Bible be followed by this institution and be reinstated into our schools as well as godly prayer. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Also, I invite you all, you might be at this meeting, but at 6 o'clock tonight, we have a prayer vigil in front of Planned Parenthood, just 2 blocks away on Hilby, across from or right next to the paint store. So we'll be praying and singing and hoping that there'll be no more abortions, no harm done to any children in that building. And we're regularly praying there throughout the year. So I hope the city council will be supporting, protecting the lives of especially minority groups. You do remember Mrs. Sanger pointedly directed her efforts of euthanasia towards the Negroes. She called them weeds, and she wanted to get rid of the Negro race through her Planned Parenthood clinics. So, of course, there was mistakenly voted in. That's the best use of that property. We need to change that. Thank you. Also, I think the governor made a serious mistake in appointing Mrs. Butler, allegedly a citizen of Maryland and a resident in that state. And she, a week ago, she wasn't even a resident of the state of California. He wants her to be the replacement for Mrs. Feinstein. She's pro-death on abortion. She's LGBT. And we do want to also pray for the comfort of Mrs. Feinstein's family and friends and her passing. And we also want to ask this city council, please, to consider agendizing on the Board of Supervisors. Shasta County had a revision for voter integrity on their election department. They're dropping the Dominion fraudulent voting machines. They're not having those mail-in ballots. They're having a hand count. And they want to have voter integrity, and they passed it and gave it to the election director, and she's revising that for the 5th of March primary. We'd like that to be done in Monterey. I did ask Mrs. Askew's section to do that, and she sent it to the election department. So if you would please forward that and have it agendized, we need to pass it quickly because there's a bill on the governor's desk to disallow, it's AB 969, to disallow Board of Supervisors from doing that. Please support the youth ministry and how they earn their money in the city. It's very important. Some of them earn $50,000, $60,000 for their youth programs. Do not destroy that by changing the rules on some things. And also, let's not get rid of this central bank digital currency. There's an executive order to pass that. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Regina Mason. I live at 1897 Napa Street. And I just want to alert you to the fact that I tried to enter into both doors and they're locked. So the public doesn't have access right now. So someone may want to go and check that out. Thank goodness Pastor Lusk was there and I banged on the door and he let me in. So I hope that doesn't impede on my 3 minutes. I also want to just come before you this evening to let you know that I came to the last city council meeting that I came to, went into the wee hours of the morning till like after midnight. And I feel like as a senior citizen in this community that I'm not able to participate. I generally go to bed at 10 o'clock. So I really like to urge the council to consider cutting off anything that has not been discussed on the agenda, carrying it over to the next meeting so that those of us that want to participate can do so. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you for 3 minutes to speak. My name's Tavin Kinnison Brown, and I'm a resident just down Kimball in Seaside. And I just wanted to bring to your attention a walk-on free event that's happening across the park, across the way on Sunday called Dance for the Rescues. And maybe some of you may remember, maybe some of you were on Planning Commission, but in 2011, the city adopted a ceremonial resolution adopting the second Sunday of October as Animal Rescue Day. And basically the event, Dance for the Rescues, had previously occurred on top of the tunnel in Monterey. And it was Zumba fitness instructors and their students raising money and pledges to support animal rescue groups that are trying to put an end to animal euthanasia. And we mixed everybody on the plaza, and over a course of 5 years, we raised over $110,000 and shared that with our nonprofit agencies. And so it was the creation of my wife, Polaris, who passed away about, we're coming on 4 months, but her friends in tribute said, hey, remember those events Polaris did? Let's do another Dance for the Rescues. And so there was the groundswell to have another event. But since then, the tragedy in Maui happened. And so we pivoted to, instead of raising for the local groups, we're going to raise money in support of the Maui Humane Society. And anyway, it's going to be a great tribute, great energy. So there's going to be Zumba instruction and the music right there on the green. And we're going to have a room for nonprofit agencies, and our local animal shelter groups are going to be represented and tabling, including the city of Seaside and with his dog Bear is going to come. But we also have 2 CNN heroes that are here, Unchained, Operation Freedom Paws. And so these nonprofit groups will have booth space, and they can share their own cause and how they support animal rescue groups. I've even invited Seaside Fire, climb on a fire truck, first responders. It's really good for the community. So we'll have those vendors represented, and they can share their own cause. But any money we're going to collect we're going to go to Maui Humane Society. And in Maui itself, they have a matching donor. So if I'm lucky enough to raise $5,000 here, by the time I write a check and it goes through Maui, it'll be doubled. So a welcome family event on the grass. You can picnic on the lawn, come out and have fun. And it's also a tribute to my wife, Valeris Kinnison Brown. Thanks.
Okay, so can you all hear me? Okay, so I'm Miriam Smith. I've been here all my life. I love Seaside. It's my city. I am Seaside. So I want to say, so I wrote something down that is that bothers me in this city. I go around a lot and I hardly see our young Black kids or our Black parents enjoying our city and enjoying the parks and things like that. So something happened earlier, yesterday actually, at the park, Laguna Grande Park. And I feel this way: children should not be able, should be able to play in the park without being bothered or harassed, especially school age children. We as taxpayers cannot support people that are using racist targeting or that is designed to single out Black children in the park. When I was at the park yesterday, my child was the only one there for hours, whereas there was no other color. So Black children, and I don't tend to get out the car. So anyway, I have people will single out our kids as Black children because they will use the word that they're concerned. Well, that's the new hidden underground racist term, just so you know, when there's no reason to be concerned. It's not nighttime, it's in the middle of the daytime. Kids are walking or kids are playing or kids are doing something and they have someone that's another color calling the cops on them with a gun to show up out of concern. So we have to be careful about that word. And I want to bring this awareness here because I stand up for all parents that have this happen to them. So what do? Do we know what to do when people illegally make a phone call and file? I mean, there is a law now after what happened with Karen, and there's a law against Karens in the country, and especially in California after what happened in Oakland, which became really big with people just calling the cops for somebody barbecuing in a lady Karen calling the cops for somebody barbecuing in the park. Now we're calling the cops on little kids, innocent kids that's out there playing because we're concerned. What is the concern? And I'm bringing it to your awareness because there's no concern. It's a racist undertone that we have to stop, and we have to stop it now because it's beginning to spread. I've been here all my life, and we've been suffering that kind of thing for years, and we cannot continue to allow people to pick on our children, especially school-age children. Now, what is the law? The law in California is school-age children can walk home from school, they can play. And there is no law against them playing in the park or being at home. The law is if you're 6 and under, you cannot be in a car. That's the only law in California. So we must stop it and support our families, our Black parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. Just a couple things on the water. And the invocation at the beginning of the meeting was really sort of meant, for the, always time to reflect, always time to be better. Some of the stuff I looked at when I looked at it Monday morning, there was a hodgepodge of stuff, and the media had various different stories. Shout out to David Schmaltz of the Weekly, who actually reported it accurately and actually provided a nice update. So yeah, I think you can learn from this, and you will do better. And I'm not sure anything wrong was done either, because there was a notice out there. It'd be nice to get that civic notice on the water page too, and just things like that. But what I came here tonight for was actually, talking about the parks here in Seaside, which I had not had a lot of experience with. I happened to get a tour a week and a half ago, and I showed up last Saturday at Capra Park to do some volunteer work in the rain. And kudos to the mayor and and committee member Pacheco, who showed up and were out in the foggy, wet weather, helping at the park there. It was, I think Seaside has a really beautiful resource in those parks. I think with the right kind of elbow grease, and there's a lot of elbow grease out there, a lot of volunteers. FOSPA is a really, really good organization. People really dedicated to making an improvement to these parks. So I did send a letter in earlier this week. You may have seen it about what kind of grass was planted at Lincoln Cunningham Park around the basketball court. Some of the folks at the tour were commenting that they didn't know what kind of grass was being planted. I put in a request, if it's possible, to provide that information. And I think it would be good to get it to the folks at FOSPA because they want to help and we want to do, if we're going to do a lawn, let's do the lawn right. And then I would also just say, as a member of the public, there's a big meeting next week on the 11th about Cal-Am and Measure J in particular, and what the management Peninsula Management District's strategy is going to be as a possible buyout. So I hope everyone in the public, I know Seaside has a big part of the town, of the city, serviced by Cal-Am. So I think it's a really important meeting, and I hope members of the public on all sides show up to talk about it. Anyway, thanks a lot.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Attorney, and City Manager. My name is Bobby Maxwell, and I am the Vice Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, for one thing. And I'd like to say, just for the general public, is that our volunteers are our greatest natural resource. And I'd also like to reach out and congratulate and recognize the entire membership of the Neighborhood Improvement Commission and extend appreciation for all their efforts that they put into making the recommendations to this council for the disbursements of TOT funds at a future meeting date. I fully support their decisions, and I'm hopeful this council will do the same. Thank you.
City Council, Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager. Just want to say thank you for being great people, for doing what you do. I was listening to the water thing, and I'm not too sure. I had asked the fire chief if there was a report for somebody being sick due to the water situation, and she didn't have any report. I've been drinking water the past couple of weeks, church, giving water out. So whatever wasn't, it wasn't. And whatever we're doing now, we're doing. And in life, I think things happen. But I don't think we had a Minnesota. No, I got that state wrong. What's that state that they had to do? Help me, Dave. Michigan. Thank you, Dave. Thank God we didn't have a Michigan, because that's a serious situation. I just would like to echo again. This city council does a great thing. I've been gone a long time, taking care of family and business, but you guys support in a multiple of ways. All of you do. And it's a blessing to have a different genre of people that supports our community. So whatever they don't do, whatever you all don't do, charge it, shake it off, and keep working. Because the best thing is you're here every first and third. I just keep it real. I forget first and third Thursday. You're here. And even if it is to the wee hour, you're here. So thank you for that.
Susan Scavone, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and fellow Seasiders. Susan Schiavone, Seaside resident and Public Water Now board member. I know Alvin Edwards will probably address this, but I want to remind everyone, next Tuesday, October 10, the Board of Directors of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District will hold a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution of necessity for taking by eminent domain the Monterey water system currently under CalAmp. The meeting will be in the Irvine Auditorium of the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at 499 Pierce Street, Monterey. Starts at 5:30 p.m. Please show up in person or attend by Zoom. It's our last chance as ratepayers to make our support known for taking steps under Measure J to give us a public water agency that's transparent and locally controlled. The cost of the buyout is offset by current CalAmp profits we already pay. The estimated revenue required in the first year under MPWMD is actually projected to be lower than CalAmp. CalAmp is a for-profit monopoly working for its shareholders, not ratepayers. This truly is a necessity and the public good. CalAmp has charged 3 times its average rates here, takes ratepayer money and does not do the work, and stalled progress in recent water agreements for Pure Water Monterey. A public water agency is the legacy that Measure J voters want for future generations. Please check your email for a message from the district to all ratepayers today for a link to get more information on parking and how to participate on Zoom. So I hope you'll join me on October 10th at Pierce Auditorium, 5:30 p.m. or by Zoom and make our voices heard. Very strong, very loud. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Denise Maiden, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Yes, good evening. To the mayor, city council, city manager, and the city attorney. I am calling to represent the World Outreach Services in regard to the fireworks that's going to be discussed later on this afternoon. We're very interested.
Excuse me. If you're going to comment on the item that's on the agenda, you will have to wait till that item is called.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You can talk about something else. Still
Well,
got
I
10
just,
minutes.
I would like to reiterate what Reverend Les said, that the city council and you, mayor, and the city manager, you are all doing a marvelous job in keeping the city of Seaside a very livable community, and I thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments. Pastor Kenneth Murray, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Good evening to the mayor, city council, city attorney, and city manager, and to all that are listening and in person. Pastor Kenneth Murray, pastor of the Ocean View Baptist Church, 1200 Amador Avenue, Seaside, California. Just 2 invitations for the city council and all the public. On the 22nd of October at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., we'll be celebrating our 8th pastoral anniversary at Ocean View and Seaside. And we have 2 great speakers. Our morning speaker will be Pastor Harold Less of Bethel Baptist Church. At 3 p.m., Pastor M.L. Carter of New Hope Baptist Church of Seaside will be our speaker. And then on the 28th of October, we will have a workshop on breast cancer awareness month, with October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I see it on the agenda. And that will be sponsored by the Only Way Outreach Ministry of Seaside and Monterey County. We'll be sponsoring that, and we'll have facilitators and presenters on that day from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with a lunch, free lunch, healthy lunch being given at 12 to 1 o'clock. God bless you and hope to see you there.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. We go to item number 6, which is public agency communications. Do we have anybody from any public agency?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Yes, we do, Mayor. By all means, and then following you, we will also have Sandra Gray talk about the art, but please proceed, sir.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Mayor, City Council, citizens, Alvin Edwards, Director, Division 1 of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. First of all, I'd like to commend you on your earlier statements about what happened. You're showing transparency. You're really showing that. That's why the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District is having this hearing on October the 10th, 2023 at 5:30 at the Millbury Institute and International Studies Irvine Auditorium at 499 Pierce Street, Monterey. And it would be parking at the Millbury Institution lot on Franklin and Pierce, the Monterey City Hall parking lot, and the Monterey Peninsula, Monterey Municipal lot on Pacific Street. This will be our last meeting that we'll be talking about eminent domain against Cal-Am. This is the most important meeting of all the meetings we have had in the past. And you need to be there. I'm glad 2 citizens spoke on it, and you need to come down there and give us your opinion on how you feel about eminent domain. The district itself would like to be just as transparent as you were tonight when you had your emergency. That's one of the reasons why we want to be publicly owned and take it out of private ownership. The reason why, the transparency and other things that is right there. Cheaper costs. Right now, Cal-Am is at the PUC talking about rate increases. One thing I learned about this peninsula, ever since 1932, 1931, people have been trying to buy this water system, making it public owned, all the way through that. Back before I was born, they were trying to get it. Back before the city was incorporated, they've been trying to get it. So it's been a long time, and this is a long time coming, but we need to hear your opinion. Some people are against eminent domain action, but as I follow the cases through the years, I think that was the only way they could do it, because as you know, Cal-Am don't want to sell, but it's to our benefit to make it a public agency, like all our other public agency that we have around here, like Monterey One Water, the waste, our trash, all public companies, all public agencies. So that's one thing. So I'd like to thank you once again, Mayor. The mayor will be there. He's up on the board. Let citizens know he'll be looking out for your best interests. So thank you, Mayor. Any questions?
No, Director Edwards, I would just like to just remind the community, as you are elected official, a director on that same board, and you have been definitely a good friend to the citizens of Seaside, and even a stronger advocate for water customers on this peninsula. So we want to thank you for your work. Are there any questions about any information I may put out? And I'll just, for me, as a representative on that water management district, I'm there representing the mayors on the peninsula.
That's why I'm glad you're there, because you represent our mayors, and I know you're gonna look out for the best. And one more last thing, we are in a new water year. I know it's hot outside, I know people looking at their flowers and probably want to water, go out there and put a little bit on them. Because we're in a new water year, starting all over again. So we'll let you know, or I will let you know how we are doing throughout the year. Thank you, Mayor.
But we could put a little water on.
I said a little water.
Okay, all right.
Go out there and sprinkle a little water in it because we're in a new water year.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next we have Sandra Gray, our art coordinator. City's art coordinator.
Greetings, Mayor Oglesby. Oh, put this down. Okay, greetings, Mayor Oglesby and Seaside City Council. Well, that was up high, wasn't it? My name is Sandra Gray. I live at 1292 Waring Street here in Seaside. I am the art program coordinator for the city of Seaside. I'm also an artist who served on the art commission for over 30 years until I was hired as the art coordinator. The city has purchased 2 beautiful examples of Oaxacan art, and 1 was donated to us. So in total, we have 3 beautiful representations of Oaxacan art, and they're in the back of the art of the council, and we can see on the screens. Just, how's this? That better? Okay. All right. They're all mounted in the back of the council chamber. I did have a chance to make a little tag to go with them, but I didn't have a chance to put them on. So they will be up by tomorrow morning. I saved the back wall for the Oaxacan art exhibit that we had as a pop-up exhibit in conjunction with the regular exhibit that was up. The mentors group that is still here was contracted to fill the gallery, but I did convince them to share the back wall area, and they didn't have to share the council chamber because we never have art in here unless there's an overflow or there's a special exhibit. So both receptions were very successful. I was totally pleased with the attendance. If I walk over to the art, you won't be able to hear me. So,
We ask that you don't,
okay, I won't do that then.
because it's more important for the people that may be watching us to hear what you're saying. So sometimes when we talk to the mic,
Mhm.
we hear it, but we ask everybody to speak into the mic for the recording.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. The first one is a weaving, and it's called Coquinano. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm probably not. It's spelled Cochineal, diamond. This hand-woven rug was made from natural fibers such as silk threads. The threads are dyed with organic materials, plant and flower juices, sometimes using even crushed insects. Indigo blue and the cochineal red and other natural dyes. No chemicals are used. And this was by the great master of Mexican textiles, Arnulfo Mendoza Ruiz. The next one in the middle is by Wilfredo Cardoso. The title of this piece is Los Danzantes del Pulque. This large black and white woodcut was printed using centuries-old techniques. Wooden blocks are carved and inked to press on specialty paper. After I wrote this, I received a very good information about this piece. This piece of artwork talks of the tales of the drink pulque in his community. Wilfredo talks of the parties and occasion it is drunken. It is considered special, so it is drunk in funerals, important festivals, hard labor days, Day of the Dead, and baptisms. Its process is in the artwork form of cutting, collecting, fermenting, and eventually drinking the pulque. I didn't have that when I wrote this, so I decided I'd better share it with you. The last piece is, the artist is Daniel Barraza, and the title is Jaguar. Actually, it didn't have a title, so I gave it the title Jaguar because that's the main focus of the piece. The jaguar, marigolds, and skulls are important symbols for Oaxaca. This is a wonderful example of the art of lithography. A copper plate is made for each color before printing. There are a limited number of prints that can be made from each plate. One color is printed on top of another until the soft copper begins to lose its sharpness. High quality ink is used. Well, I've had experience with all of these processes. That's why I was chosen, I guess, to give this information to you. I'm very proud to curate the only city hall that was designed as an art gallery by a world famous architect, Edward Durrell Stone. This gallery is a very important venue for the art community of Monterey County. When we hold our annual exhibits, we fill every inch. Next year, every exhibit is expected to completely fill this space. The public and the employees really enjoy the art. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, is there any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
I might have missed it, so I apologize in advance. Did you explain why we have the Oaxacan art in our chambers?
Oh, no, I didn't.
I think that's very important.
I did leave that out.
If you could, that would be helpful to the general public, I think.
Well, it was chosen, Oaxaca was chosen as a sister city. Somehow I missed when it was chosen, but I think personally it was chosen because both places have a history of diversity and honoring and encouraging that. So I think that's why we were chosen. We chose each other as sister cities. And by having Oaxacan art on display, we're furthering that sisterhood and making it possible for us to share what we have in common.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No questions? No, I don't have anything. I think you just covered it. I think the Mayor Pro Tem brought out the comments I had is just, these are beautiful pieces and by some of the best artists in the world. And we thank our sister city, Oaxaca de Juarez, Mexico, and their citizens for sharing this art with us. And we had opportunity to purchase some pieces and now we got some of the best art in the world. So thank you for displaying it properly for us and the work that you do. Thank you.
By the next city council meeting, we should have all these pieces framed. I met with a very good framing company in Carmel, and they're gonna have it all ready for us. They promised to have it ready at least the day before, so I can hang it and be ready for us to see the way it's supposed to be presented.
And if I may add, Mayor, the spark that led to the purchase of the Danzantes del Pulque is sitting to my right. And he was, he liked his taste, and collectively the group looked at it and says, yes, we got to get that one. We got one. Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Okay. That's it. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. So thank you so much for your work and helping us display it properly. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
Thank you so much. 7B, upcoming citywide events and community announcements. Well, hold on. So that was underneath public agency. Let's go to item number 7, presentations. Oaxaca by the Sea event, follow-up and debriefing report. City Manager.
Director Mewis, please approach and present.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager and staff. I'm Dan Mewis, the Recreation Director, and I have the pleasure of sharing a brief update on our festivities for Oaxaca by the Sea. I have a few videos that are embedded in the presentation. But first, we'll just give a quick update. So when we look at the whole weekend, it really was a weekend of festivities. It began on Friday, the 22nd, and we had a lot of delegation tours that took place over that day. We just heard from Miss Gray about the art exhibit and reception, which concluded the Friday. Saturday, we started off the morning with a meeting at the Mobile Mexican Consul at the church up on San Pablo. We brought the delegation back here for the event and had a lovely afternoon celebrating our Oaxaca by the Sea. And then on Sunday, we started off on the Monterey Fireboat at the wharf, and then had the Business Expo at Oldemeyer Center. And then on Monday, we had more delegation tours, and it concluded the final farewell dinner with the city manager and the mayor. So we'll have this one video. All the videos that were provided were done through Volar, advisors. So that first video was really just a culmination of everything that we participated in. So there will be a couple of the frames that will repeat themselves as we move forward. So the next one is more focused on the delegation tours. We have a variety of excellent tours that we took them on. So I can elaborate on after you see the video. So with some of those tours, I do want to highlight that the video from Volar, one of them was corrupted. We weren't able to add anything from the police department. And they did really enjoy their time with the police department. I want to make sure that they do get their shout out with that one because they got to meet Zero. They got to see the Tesla. They really enjoyed that. And it wasn't highlighted there. So we also went to the Dual Language Academy. Valar didn't attend us on that tour, but I'd like to thank Councilmember Burks for leading the discussion there. They got to meet with Superintendent Diffenbaugh. I think they had a really good time and some really good, robust discussions happened during that tour. Just a couple extra photos from Monterey Bay FC. They got to meet the coaches and the players, had a really good time there, sitting at the field in the VIP box. And then a little bit more about the art exhibit. So like Miss Gray said, the art exhibit was all in the City Hall Council chambers. It expanded into the back as well. I think he brought over 50 pieces of art that we had on display from the textiles and the printed pieces as well. And here's a little photo that was taken as we got the paintings that we purchased and that was donated. And then this video is strictly of the fire department and then the partnership. Some of it is a repeat, so.
This program allows firefighters from Oaxaca to come to Seaside and firefighters from Seaside to travel to Oaxaca for collaborative educational opportunities and shared values in delivering services to the communities we serve. And I'm very happy to have formed this incredible relationship with the city of Oaxaca. We look forward to a long relationship. Viva Oaxaca!
Estoy muy contento, muy emocionado, porque estas relaciones se pueden traducir no solamente en una firma de un compromiso de hermanamiento, sino en relaciones objetivas, sino además recibiendo un apoyo extraordinario por parte de Seaside. ¡Viva Seaside! ¡Viva Oaxaca! Muchas gracias.
And then in addition, we had the privilege, thanks to Chief Gutierrez, on arranging the delegation to ride the Marine unit in the Monterey Bay Fire. And I know they really enjoyed going out on the water. We got lucky; it was a really calm day that day, and they got to see how the fireboat actually works. So that was another added piece that they really enjoyed. One last video with the Business Expo. You know, for doing the Business Expo for the first time, we had about 150 people that attended throughout the day, and it was pretty packed in the room with all the vendors in there, and the overwhelming response was that it was a success. So we're really happy with the turnout, and want to thank the Economic Development Department for really spearheading getting the businesses involved, as well as I think we got a lot of push with C Monterey in the tourism district. So that really helped get the attendance there. Had a little ribbon cutting there, which was nice. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
It was an amazing effort over in a week, and your leadership as well as all staff, it was terrific. the videos are great. I think they're wonderful. I think they tell a story. How do we use them to benefit our business community or our relationship, our community, as far as a public relations tool? I guess is my question.
No, city manager will answer. I mean, that's not, he's the
Well,
he's the rep guy.
whoever.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That's what we'll get your answer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'll ask Jose Boswell to come up for a minute.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. That's a good question, Councilmember Pacheco. First of all, this is a great marketing tool. Because if you really look at when they arrived until the Monday, when they left, you got to see the opportunity of the number of people that were here outside of Seaside for this event. Now, how do we leverage that? How do we market that? How do we make this better so we can bring in outside people to experience this event? So it benefits the businesses in the community. One business that really benefited from this event was Deja Blue. He was able to make the contact with some of the Oaxacan businesses to provide some of the refreshments that they were selling for his new hall that he's going to be building, and I'll get to that in my presentation. So it does benefit us. Now it's continuing that network, continuing and fostering that partnership in order to leverage the marketing that we have and push that forward. So other businesses, for example, other brothers really enjoyed when we visit them, we gave them the business during that event in the Oaxaca. So making sure that other businesses are looked after, and it comes down to marketing, planning, and creating those partnerships.
Let me add to it, because you can have a seat, Jose. Because that was a great question. The object is, I know, and that was my point too, because, in here you see the festivities and you see the so-called partying in our language, right? The festivals and having a good time. But the Sister City program is about the culture exchange and sharing of resources and opportunities. And so coming out of this, we look forward to figuring out ways of what was mentioned before is sharing or cross-training or having our firefighters go down there, their firefighters come up here. They're having conversations. We help to facilitate conversations with CSUMB about teachers going down there, professors going down there, professors come up here. We've helped facilitate conversations as it relates to NPUSD. Dr. PK Diffenbaugh and his people and his team look forward to sending teachers down there and teachers coming back up here, all enhancing the residents in our community, let alone the business aspects of it. And I know the city manager is waiting for some documentation from down there to sign these official agreements about how do we move forward in these different areas. Some of the areas that the mayor said that he was some of his priorities were waste management, teacher exchange, fire personnel exchange, and something around domestic violence. Those are just some of the things, highlights that we have to include the business aspect of it. We see the culture exchange, that's why we look to the arts. And what happens over time is just naturally the people, our residents that may be from Oaxaca or our residents, period, feel more comfortable coming out of the shadows, so to speak, to experience what's going on in Seaside and be part of our community. And that's the object of the enrichment program. And so naturally out of that, just people will create opportunities to share our resources. And naturally out of that would be some type of a generation of business opportunities and business revenue. So it was a great question. It gets lost in highlighting the Oaxaca by the Sea. But when the recreation director talked about Oaxaca by the Sea weekend, that was just one. Oaxaca by the Sea is just one thing. Oaxaca by the Sea is our event of highlighting culture exchange and the wonderful culture that the Oaxaca state. Oaxaca de Juarez is the city, that's our sister city, but Oaxaca, the state in Mexico, has wonderful cultures, and Oaxaca by the Sea highlights that for our residents. But underneath that, we had the business expo and we had the tours. The tours were the work, right? So we had the pretty pictures, but when those pictures were not being taken, we were talking about how to bring more resources to the city of Seaside by sharing the things that we have. And so it's a wonderful program. We look to grow the program, and we would definitely have more of a discussion on that program or how it benefits us when we get the documentation from Oaxaca de Juarez. And then we'll have a wider discussion about how you guys on the council see us doing that exactly. City Manager, did you want to add to the, I don't know, the benefits or?
Yes, apart from the commercial and cultural artistic interchange that we have, we're looking at an event that could potentially grow depending on our needs and our wants for the coming year. For example, the use of the phone algorithm that we discussed that gave you an idea of how many attendees there actually were based on not paying and not getting into their phone, but saying how many cell phone users and adding the ratio of those that are children that don't have one and those that can't afford one, gave us a better idea of who came and where they came from. But as we get more information and as we deal more with the tourism district through O'Keefe, I think we can then add to the component of our economic development as our hotel goes up. Oaxaca features.
I was gonna say, you may not know who O'Keefe is. So
Oh, I'm sorry, the tourism. You remember the city of Monterey? Yes, so they were very enthused about the interchange, the activity. They contributed to some of our events, so they want to be part of it in the future. And they were really intrigued about tying in the cultural component of Oaxaca with our new Grand Hyatt. So they'll be lobbying for the ballroom, but the breakout room, certainly one of them could be the Oaxaca room, the Bay room, the Fort Ord room, and tie that in with some of the beautiful art that's coming in. But there's all kinds of opportunities that open up. Who knows, a few years from now, you may want to have this event on Broadway and expand it. With that comes some growth issues about controlling the venue and ingress and egress, but there's all kinds of opportunities that will be opened up in terms of economic development. And I think Jose will touch on that at next presentation. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
And I'll just add, anybody else before we move on? Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Mewes, for that presentation, for helping out with this event. I think it was a great example of a partnership, like you mentioned, where we can bring resources to the city of Seaside, but also highlight what Seaside has to offer to the rest of the county. And one thing that I did notice is that we had leaders at a state level, local level, and even county level come and attend and see the beauty that Seaside is. But for us to have tourism and see Monterey Business Chamber of Commerce really center and focus on Seaside highlights the ability for us to be a leading city in the peninsula. And this sister city agreement, like you said, we were just a conduit between different agencies on the partnerships that they were already trying to establish. So bringing more resources and opportunities for our youth, but also our community, is a great goal of ours as a city to do and to uplift our community in general. But also, I think having that cultural tie where it benefits everybody and we learn from one another was the important thing about this, learning about the history, preserving the history of Seaside, and also embracing what is currently now as well. So really tying both in and allowing us to work as partners, but also for the future and establishing history for the benefit of all residents in the city of Seaside. So I just want to let that be clear that this sister city agreement benefits the entire community for more opportunity, more growth opportunity, but also a leading city of the peninsula.
Anyone else? Yeah, I was just saying that, it was beautiful pictures, but the work was behind the pictures. Let's be clear about it, right? Oaxaca by the Sea, that little festival was about 6 hours, but still it was wonderful. but the work before and after those so-called tours were really meetings, right? They were not walking around CSUMB just to see CSUMB. Commitments were made at CSUMB. Commitments were made at school district. Commitments made at our fire department, our police department, city hall as it relates to economic development. And so we look forward to that generating economic development. But that's what we have to do is continue to ask the good questions and make those agreements live up to what they should be. I would just add 2 points, Dr. Nealis, Mr. Nealis, Director Nealis. One day he'll probably be. I would just say we should add that the words of the mayor was coming from the mayor. It's just words, so no one knew who that came from, if that makes sense. So we need to go back into that thing and say these are the words, the final comments of the mayor of Oaxaca de Juarez. And I didn't see too much of the dancing in the street. It was some good. We call, especially Councilmember Miller. If we can figure out a way to get, because there was some good dancing in the streets there. And what's his name? Lionel Richie's words, right, on the ceiling. And so we got his words, got some dancing in the streets. I got some closing comments. I was going to say them at the end of our council comments, but I say them now. Just to say, I want to thank the city manager and his team for facilitating all of this. Direct Department Dan Mullis and his team, making sure everybody got everywhere where they were supposed to be. And not only the council member Garcia Zola for his hosting and translation at all different areas, but being a great host, a gracious host, but this council for them participating and supporting the Sister City program, and the community for being embracing our residents and highlighting the culture. The Oaxaca by the Sea is just one more festival that we have highlighting the diversity of our community. And that's why I thought, Sandra, your comments about why this happened, it may have been 3 or 4 different ways, but I think the reason it is because we always been welcome of diversity. And we realize that this is another tool that we can use to make sure this group in our community felt welcome. So I thought your words were right on time there. We need to probably figure out a way to document your words, but I want to thank the whole city for making sure that and I'll be done in about 30 seconds. Like Council Member Garcia Zola said, we had dignitaries from all over the state come here and be part of this festival because they knew they wanted to be here in Seaside for those 5 hours, right? And that's important because some of them could have chose to be at other places that Saturday, but they were here in Seaside once again. And that's what we aim to do, is make sure Seaside is on everybody's mind and everybody knows that at least 4 or 5 times out the year, you need to be in a spot in Seaside and not just at the Martin Luther King March and go back home, right? We have a lot of things to offer these VIPs and these, because I see my friend, well, I won't say that, but my point is, they're here, but we're talking to them while they're here. That makes sense, right? We're not letting them just come in here and just hang out with us. We're putting, whispering in their ears the best we can. So I think it's a good thing. So I want to say my kudos to you guys before it gets too late. So thank you so much. All right, we'll go on to 7B, which we just did, right? Yeah, I had a feeling you had more to talk about. Let's go to 7B, upcoming citywide events. City manager.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm back. I did want to highlight that for that event, we did have roughly 1,700 people attend. 1,700 is the rough estimate, give or take a couple hundred. So, we could have been up to about 2,000. And, even though we did go to the Monterey Bay FC, something did come out of that. So we may be able to cross-examine or have their team come here from Oaxaca and maybe Monterey Bay FC goes out to Oaxaca too. So a little something else out of that one. Wanted to highlight. All right. Some next upcoming events and community announcements. Want to welcome our newest firefighter, Chase Whitney, to the team. Happy to have a new firefighter on board. So if you see him out there, please say welcome to Seaside. We started on October the 2nd. For those of you that attended last week, we had a construction showcase of the Hotspot program. The council was out there, golden shovels in hand, you know, demonstrating the work that the city's committed to pavement rehabilitation. This work was section C12 on the map. So you can see there's a lot of work that needs to be done over the city, and this is all going to take place over the next couple of months. So if you see it in your community, just know that we are working hard to fix the roads as best we can. Farmers market is going across the street right now. Do want to highlight that, you know, we are getting into the winter hours, so they are going to stay open till 7 for the time being. We're working on some lighting situations over there to see if we can maintain it open. They are seeing that their most participation does occur between the hours of 6 and 7. So stay tuned on how we're going to light up the park. Library parking lot is still under construction. It's moving along. Phase 2 is currently underway. So hopefully you're all able to come and find parking for the council meetings under phase 1, which is, I believe, 90% completed. They still have to fix some of the striping. But this project is moving along and should hopefully be done, you know, within the next month or so. The Seaside ADO loan program is still well up and going. So if you have any questions about that, you can contact the housing program manager for more information. The rec department will be hosting the movies in the park this Friday. Tomorrow, Laguna Grande Park, we'll be screening Nightmare Before Christmas, get you into that spooky season. So hopefully you can come on out and watch a nice movie. The weather looks like it's going to be spectacular, warm. Last movies in the park we had was cold and windy. So this will be a nice change of pace. So come on out and watch a movie. The fire department will be hosting their annual open house this Saturday at the fire station on Broadway from 10 to 2. Come on out, meet Sparky and your fellow firefighters. There's a music festival going on at Oldenmeyer Center this Saturday. I can never pronounce this name right. Saranagazam Music Fest, Korean Music Festival, is happening at Oldenmeyer. Come on out, free food. Seats will be limited, so come on out early and make sure you can get a nice seat and get your meal. On the 13th, we'll be hosting the 69th City Birthday, Oldenmeyer Center, Friday the 13th from 6 to 8 p.m. Come on out, get a free hot dog, some cupcakes, have some snacks, play some games, celebrate the city's birthday with your rec department, and maybe the council will sing happy birthday. I hear they're coming and we'll be happy to do so. We will be cutting the ribbon for the new basketball court on Lincoln Cunningham on Saturday, October 14th at 11 a.m. Come on out, see the newest renovation that the city has to offer. I know one member on this dais is extremely happy to have it. So hopefully we can get out there, maybe challenge them to a game of basketball. Everyone's happy. That's correct. The Harvest Festival at Pachetti Dog Park will be occurring Saturday, October 21st at Pachetti Dog Park. This is an annual event. I believe the fire department will be doing a costume contest judging for those little pooches out there. So come on out, see what they have to offer over there. It's a great event for you and your furry friend. The rec department will be hosting our annual pumpkin plunge on Saturday the 21st as well. If you've never seen the floating pumpkin patch, come on by the pool. We fill it with pumpkins. You get to select one from the pool, and then you can swim around with it if you like when you're finished. So it's always a great time. And then the police department will be hosting a trunk or treat on Halloween right here in the City Hall parking lot from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Come on out, see the officers, get a little bit of candy. And from there, we want to see you at the annual Halloween Bonanza at Oldemeyer Center from 6 to 9. So we get two great events back to back for the community to come on out to. Start here at the police department and then come on up to Oldemeyer and have a great time for the rest of the evening. Just remind the community that there is some work going on here on Canyon Del Rey to improve the sidewalks. If you've seen up to the north a little bit, a lot of the sidewalks have already been completed, so it is moving along quickly. And we are looking forward to getting a nice smooth walking path all the way up CDR. CalFresh benefits, we just want to continue to remind the community that you may be eligible to receive benefits through CalFresh. Can provide you with much needed fruits and vegetables that you can get either at the farmer's market or even use your benefits at any one of the local grocery stores. If you need assistance or have questions about whether or not you're eligible, you can contact the Family and Community Support Office for more information. And as always, we offer child care here at City Council meeting. Just require 48 hours notice, and you can call the Oldemeyer Center to make a reservation. In the Family and Community Support Program, just constantly reminding everybody about this great service that the community has. And Mr. Derek Elder is there to help you with any of the challenges that you or your family may be issuing at any current time. Just the final announcements. We got community park cleanups from FOSPA, Saturday at Fair Loans, the following Saturday at Lincoln Cunningham, which will be the ribbon cutting for the basketball court. And then on the 21st at Havana Solis. And Monterey Bay FC has one more home game on October 14th against Orange County, and it is Breast Cancer Awareness Night. I do believe they made the playoffs, so if they get some information about, I guess I'm getting a head shake. I guess they didn't make the playoffs. So there's still up in the air. So maybe we'll get to see some more games. And as always, you can follow us on social media, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments, Mayor Protem?
Just streets and sidewalk are such a high priority by the residents, and that hotspot program is can be valuable, but often you don't see it unless it's on your block. Is someone doing the picture or something or sidewalk done to get the word out that something's happening, is just to showcase efforts so that way neighbors know it may be coming near you, or at least there's an effort being made. Just wondering.
I will talk with the engineering department to see how we can develop a marketing strategy just to push out the information.
We can answer that right now. If we don't have an answer, someone probably in this room does. So the answer is yes. Go ahead, City Manager.
Yes. The answer is absolutely yes. We're going to expand the format of what we have now. Pictures before and after. While the notice goes out to the adjoining neighbors well ahead of time, we want to keep a running log of all the improvements that have been done, the ones that are coming up, posted on as much social media as we can. The mayor, myself, have also talked about we're heading into a season that after these 4 months, hotspot will not work as much, but we want to make sure that citizens know that we will continue to repair potholes or dangerous situations throughout the rest of the year, except that these 4 months are the most opportune time and temperature, lack of rain for the asphalt to adhere well, especially if you're doing deep cuts. We'd also looking at the possibility, if I may, Mayor, expanding this program and putting it on steroids in essence, but we're talking again about using possibly our bonding capacity. And to that end, I'm working with finance to at least present an option to the entire council of putting this program on steroids and hitting a lot more of the city during a time period where we have a very good bond rating. The basis points are favorable. We're doing a bond issue anyway for the fire station, but it's an option for the council, which we are working on putting together. But we'll promote as much of this program as possible, keep a record of it. We want to show the citizens that we can make efficient, rational, and expedient use of their monies. And when you look at any community, the two big topics are public safety and roads. So we do want to enhance that.
Just,
Mayor Pro Tem.
just to follow, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a great idea to showcase what's gonna happen and where it's gonna happen historically, but also visually on a monthly basis or whatever. Cause I believe, and I'm sure someone's gonna correct me if I'm wrong, we're gonna be spending $2 million on larger street improvements between now and possibly June. To follow up on the hotspot program, so it's a continual thing. I just think it's valuable that the residents know it, that's all.
That's
Thank you.
correct. And I appreciate that because we do have 8 miles, linear miles of roadway in the city. And as you saw, our rating, if we continue in this format and augment it a bit, our rating for our pavement structure will not be diminished and it will be safer for all citizens. Thank you.
That's it. That's it. I would just add, I know, again, excellent question, but I know that the city, through the city manager, the city clerk is working on that type of highlighting, before and after pictures and, something that the citizens can go to the website and look and say, hey, the street before, the street after, what is this hotspot type thing? More of I won't say commercial, but definitely a video of what's going to happen and then where it's going to happen. So that's why I was trying to be clear. It was an excellent question, but I know they're working on it already. So we'll see how well it's done. But all right, let's go to 7B, which we just finished. And now we go to 7C, Economic Development Update, City Manager.
Jose Boswell, as our Economic Development Director, please approach and present. And I just want to remind everyone again, our Economic Development Director is newer to the city. Again, he came from an area in LA where he had substantial experience in economic development. I remind everybody, he's an engineer by training from UCLA, but he also has a master's in planning. And his experience is unparalleled in housing, auto dealerships, you name it. I think he worked on a hospital also, but it's broad ranged. And I liked you the minute the panel liked you, and we want to see you succeed. So please give us your initial vision of what you've seen so far.
How do I follow that? But I appreciate that. And good evening again, Honorable Mayor and city council members. I stand before you, not only as a city employee, but also as a resident of Seaside. So you'll see me running, you'll see me biking, you'll see me shopping, you see me around the city 7 days a week, 24/7. So I get to see the needs, services that could come here, what will work, what won't work. And I'll get to the visioning part, which also Councilmember Pacheco had asked, is that my time here and in developing this presentation, I wanted to narrow down to these 3 things: relationships, in progress, the future. Because I'm excited. I'm full of optimism of what's happening here in this short time that I've been here, 60 days. So let me see, where's the presentation? There you go. So relationships, basically site visits. In progress, what's happening right now with projects, in the future, what to expect. Visited over 75 businesses from Del Monte on Broadway, north of Broadway. I forget the name of where the liquor store is located north of Broadway, up to there and then back down again. I'm not doing that again with hard shoes. Getting some softer shoes for that. But we listen to every business, their concerns, their ideas, and we provided the information to them, making sure that we're here, letting them know that we're here. The city's here to assist them, make them grow as a business, listening to them and helping them out there, right there in real time, if we could. If not, we will get back to them shortly with the information that they needed. Also, from Fremont, from Hillby, all the way to Ord Grove, hit every business along the way. Same thing, listening to them, providing the information. By that time, I had already was gathering my resources. Talked to Richard Vaughn from the county. What services did he have? Actually, him and I worked in the same area at one time, so we kind of knew each other. So I had that relationship built with him. So he could give me information and I could provide information to him to help our businesses. Also reaching out to several of our state office holders. And also along the way, touching on several financial institutions. So I can provide this information to some of our businesses who might require that, like SBA loans or private lending. Also met with every car dealership, listening to them, providing that information. Basically getting out of the way and make sure that they conducted business. I also met with the hotels, the major hotels here in the city of Seaside. So that way in economic development, this is called creating a baseline of what I have right now, what I have to work with, and then go from there. It already provided some dividends. During the Oaxacan Festival, I got on the phone, called Terry Owens from the Embassy Suites. I asked her for a favor. All she said was, "What do you need? What can you do for me? We got some delegates coming in from Oaxaca. I want this to be a positive experience." And I said, "I need some gift baskets, a plate of food, because I know your kitchen's going to be closed when they get here." They got that. So they were taken care of just with that phone call, building that relationship. Just recently, as of this week, one of our luxury brand dealership owners pulled building permits and is now going to renovate their showroom. When I got here, that's the first thing I started doing, hitting our major tax producers, making sure they're taken care of, working with our building department, planning department, make sure again there's no bottlenecks, getting that out there. And he's going to be now renovating his showroom. And there's a possibility there's probably going to be more. So building this relationship, building this baseline is crucial in economic development. Also, small businesses. Congado. It's going to be a boba shop that's going to be opening up. They're going to be taking advantage of our flip program now that we resolve their water allocation. And also helping another small business relocate on Broadway, because I think they're an anchor, helping them out as much as possible with what we can control in order to make that transition happen as smooth as possible. Oaxaca by the Sea. Question to Mr. Pacheco that he brought up, great question. It's all about marketing. In my travels here in the city of Seaside and finding places to eat, on a Friday, went to La Tortuga and I made my order. And right in front of me was a family of 4. They were speaking German. My German is very rusty. But they were talking about the menu. They were talking about the price. They were talking about Yelp. A couple weeks later, found another couple from the Netherlands on a Puerto Nuevo restaurant. On Monday, the day after the Oaxacan Festival, there was a couple that drove in from Carmel looking for the art exhibit from the Oaxaca. So the word is getting out there. Marketing is out there. We just got to now leverage that, bring those outside dollars into our city to help our businesses. That's the name of the game, how to bring those outside dollars in to help our businesses. I've been getting calls. We're working with several developers and several businesses who are interested in coming into Seaside. But we have to work with our water issues and be patient in order to bring the right mix and the organic mix that's going to work on Broadway. Now, In progress, the Ascent. Very excited about this. We're meeting with the developer next week. They're estimated to break ground in November of this year. We're working with them on the commercial aspect of that project. And along with the improvements on North Broadway, that's going to completely change that area with the new residents, new business opportunities going to be there. It's going to really diversify that area. In progress, project that keeps me up day and night. The Grand Hyatt, putting a lot of effort on this, working with the developer. We're having weekly meetings, making sure it's streamlined. We want them up and running by next year, period. So working with them hand in hand with the consultants that we have on board, making sure they're taken care of, making sure our interests are taken care of, to making sure that they're open at the time we said they were going to be open. In progress. As of today, we had almost a 2-hour meeting every other week in Campus Town, making sure that they're taken care of. Our interests are secured, dealing with the background that nobody sees with the entitlement process, making sure they're up and running because they want to start building. But we want to make sure that we're taking care of, we're doing everything in the right process so this runs smoothly with no interventions for it to stop this program. In progress, Seaside Market. They're scheduled to open next year, working with the developer also, streamlining that process. Also meeting with them to see what kind of commercial they're going to be bringing in, benefits us and also looks after them. In progress, the courthouse. Council approved the agreements to move that forward. We're working on the logistics with the infrastructure, and it's going to be anchored in Main Gate. Working with a consultant in the Surplus Land Act, along with the preliminary business market analysis as the courthouse as an anchor now. The future's bright. There's a lot of interest. The vision, I keep hearing that. City manager brought that up. Mr. Pacheco brought that up in many conversations we had. Where's the vision? Vision for Broadway. I'm treating Broadway as an open mall. We need new tenants. We need to clean it up. Working one-on-one with the property owners. The policies that we have in place now, putting those in effect to clean up some of our storefronts, working with the property owners and brokers to bring in organic type of businesses that will complement the business that we have already on Broadway. Also looking outside the city, recruiting other businesses for other areas that can come in. Before we go on, Main Gate. You will be getting updates as that moves. So right now it's a slow crawl, but once we get over some of the entitlement issues, it'll start gaining pace. I've already been getting calls for that, but we're not there yet in order to move that forward, because we got to be deliberate in how we set this up, not only that we protect our interest and make sure this is done correctly and moves in a positive manner. With that, I thank you, and I'll take any questions.
I thank you for the presentation and an update. City Manager, do you have anything before you wanted to add to that before we go to the council?
I might add that our director has been acting very diligently in these many projects as part of a new team, as part of the existing team for admin, legal, and the like. And he's working hand in hand with our new project manager also in developing Gantt charts, timelines for these projects to the extent and in the level of detail that I haven't seen before, so that I can take a component of a particular project and almost get it down to the week as to where it should be. So we want to, now that, thanks to the mayor and council, you've given us an enhanced team. Now it's time to put it to the test and come up with the timelines and keep them on track. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Councilmember Miller?
Thank you. I'm just curious if there's anything that we can do or the city can do to actually keep on some of these dates that we're talking about with Ascent. Because for many years, that project has sat still. And I think some residents are getting discouraged. Is there anything that we can do? And I know you're doing everything you can do, but is there anything that we can do or that we should do to keep these projects on track and get these things completed?
Thank you for that question. I'll answer the first one regarding Ascent, because that's important to me because it's going to add different demographic for that area. That's why meeting personally with the developers next week, along with the project manager, Adolfo, to discuss that timeline. I am confident now that the financing is in place and the clock's on them now, that they will start moving. And I'll get a definite date when that will happen, but it's estimated to start the groundbreaking this November.
Mayor Pro Tem?
We've talked about this already, but, and I think you touched bases on it. And first, I feel very excited about you being here. What I like, two words that you used is you're invested in the city. I think employees that are invested, that spend their time here, can achieve more results. Another word that I thought you used that's extremely important to me is streamlining. Oftentimes bureaucracy gets away of a success. If we can streamline things, it moves things forward. So my simple questions, and you might want to expand on some of them. So we're moving forward with the courthouse, which, as you mentioned, and many of us mentioned, including the mayor, it's going to be an anchor, potentially anchor for the city or that area. Is staff working on, it seems like you're working on a concept to effectively use these 45 acres for affordable housing, restaurants, hotels, or other consideration as appropriate. Do you perceive the city of Seaside getting to a place where we maximize benefit to the residents of Seaside?
Can you expand on that question a little bit more?
So we have the courthouse 5 acres. There's 45 acres next to it approximately. Are we going to coordinate the development of other issues such as hotels or business offices or housing or whatever that can be beneficial? Is there a thought process, be it through a consultant or whatever?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's in consideration. The way I operate, I looked at everything not as on the eyes, not only as an investor, but what's the best for Seaside, which means the residents of Seaside get the best deal that's out there, whether it be open space, whether it be compensation, whether it be some other use.
And then hopefully the courthouse will be built by 2029, 28, whatever we, in that framework of time. Is your goal or the hope to build at least some parts of the 45 acres, be it housing or whatever, so it's working in a coordinated way for success?
For success, good question. The goal, or what I'm, now that that courthouse is moving forward, I have an anchor there, and there's a timeline for that, is to move forward with the Surplus Land Act, move forward with the baseline of a market, pre-development analysis market. So we're dovetailing or we're shadowing the courthouse, because they're going to be the litmus test of what they find there. and how they correct that for development. It's going to be tricky. So they're gonna be the first in. So that way, when we're behind them or whatever use we bring in, we already have an idea what's on the ground and how to deal with that.
And then last question, and you talked about this, maybe you can expound upon it. Broadway has seen slow and steady improvement over the years. But there have been buildings that have been closed for decades. And a few stores have been closed recently. Can you explain your concept, vision, goals of how we're going to get those that have been closed for decades to wake up and do something positively, to motivate them to be more creative in their opportunity? There's some things that we're going to do to provide opportunities for them to succeed.
Excellent question. Like I said, I'm looking at Broadway like an open mall. So right now, working with the tools that I have, working with code enforcement, what's in the books that we haven't implemented and moving forward on that, working with the property owners. So there's a soft side, there's going to be the policy side that's going to come to the city council for direction and how we move and how aggressive we want to be with this. And also the monetary side to provide the incentives for them property owners to do something besides what they have now, which is a vacant facility. So there's other cities who have dealt with this. So I'm looking at what's worked and what can be a liability and stay away from that and chart that course for Broadway for the city of Seaside. So that's why as I started off working with the property owners, working with the brokers, feeling them out, see what they want to do, and then developing that strategy for that one particular owner might be different than the next owner. So I have to be diligent and careful how I play those two to move in the direction we want them to move.
And just a last thought is, I believe that the key word that you used beginning in your report was relationships. I think relationships go a long way in getting the results that we need. So the better relations we have and the force of the city government to work with people can make that happen if we have communication effectively with them. So relationships is a very good word, and thank you.
Anyone else? I'd have a couple comments. No, I just want to, first of all, I just want to thank you for your, in the words of the late Carlos Ramos, a good friend of Seaside and a strong advocate of small business people, you know, the in-reach, so, you know, the normal word is the outreach, but it's really reaching into the community. And I think you've done that by visiting all these shops, and I hear about it. And maybe the other council members here too. I hear about your visits to these shops, so it makes a difference. So I appreciate you for that. But I do want to, I think, correct one thing and then just make some generalized comment. You said something about Seaside Market scheduled to open next year. I think
Groundbreaking.
That's I just want you to know I'm listening to you, right? Okay. So I know it's just a slip of the tongue, but it may be somebody at home that says, hey, I didn't know that. Next year I'm ready, right? But the groundbreaking, but that's because of the hard work of the city manager and before you, and you continue that to try to make that date. So what they're doing there is wonderful, and what they would do in that area would be a game changer in that community surrounding there. And I know some other issues facing that part of town. But I do, you know, it comes out of, I had the same concerns the Mayor Pro Tem had about that overall so-called vision, city manager of what is it, the main gate. So I, you know, it's a lot of, you know, I hear some stuff, but I'm trying to figure out where's the council, because we all have a vision. And we need to come together on what that vision is as it relates to the citizens. And then I think you have more to work with, because there's two things that don't want to have vision. You don't want to get in front of the council, right? And we want to move with you and your expertise to go out there and make these things happen, because it's a vision we have. That's one of the, the openings to our CSUMB. And I support the court, but I'm not sure if that's the anchor, because at the end of the day, that may be one of the least exciting things on that parcel, right? But I get you. That's what we're starting with. They're breaking ground first, so to speak. And I like your comments about following right behind them. And that goes what the Mayor Pro Tem said, is following right behind them with what, right? And I think we need to have a better concept of that, because when we're talking about what's out there, we need to be able to articulate that to the community way in advance of what's going on. Okay, that's the first thing. And then I think the blueprint for Broadway is out there. You know, I hear this open mall, but we got West Broadway Urban Village is out there. You know, we're talking about mixed use. We're talking about, you know, going up 3 to 4 stories. So, you know, we don't want to recreate the wheel. And I know you got some challenges out there, because I hear a lot of stuff about opening some of these places that have been open, that's been closed for years. But if I don't hear no new water coming down there, I'm trying to figure out open up to do what, right? So the proof is in the pudding, but the object is we have someone working on that 8 hours a day. That's the beauty of you and what you bring to town that we have not had, I think, maybe about 20-something years, when the last dedicated economic development person, I think that was Mr. Claypool, right? If I remember my history correctly, right? So, and then we have people been between there that did excellent work. I'm not taking away from them. I'm just saying we finally have a dedicated person on that working 8 hours a day, 40 hours, 10 hours a day, 50 to 60 hours a week, right? Because I'm sure, right, you get that, because I'm sure when you are in our community, you're still observing, you're still working on thinking about how you can make it better. And I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem about, you know, we appreciate you living in the community that you work in that aspect. And my last comments would just go to, you know, I appreciate the city manager and the team that he put together with you and the project manager to move these projects that we have on the books forward and to vision what's coming forward. So I look forward to all of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, let's pick up some speed here, and we'll go into item number 8, which is the consent agenda. 8A, approve the purchase of a drone for the police department in accordance with AB 481 for the amount not to exceed $14,604.26. B, approve the proclamation recognizing October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. C, approve proclamation recognizing September 15th to October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. D, approve proclamation recognizing October as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. E, approve a proclamation recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. F, approve proclamation declaring freedom from workplace bullying week from October 15th to the 21st. That concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that someone from the council would like to pull? Hearing that we're going out to public, is there any item on the consent agenda that the public would like to pull? We have Mr. Kaiser, which item would you like to pull? You want to pull C? Okay, all right. Is there any item that someone on Zoom would like to pull? Okay, bringing it back to the council. Item C has been pulled. Item C is not included in the consent agenda. All right, it's not included. Okay, what is the will of the council?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding item C.
C is not on the consent agenda. It's been pulled.
Right, so take that out, but approve
Yes.
everything else.
That's right. I got you, sir. Thank you so
Second.
much. Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded. We'll go out to the public. Public comment is open on our consent agenda.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone to make public comment on the consent agenda.
No, just for the remainder. Item C is not on the consent agenda.
The caller ending in 4436, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Hello, this is Eloise Shem, and I wanted to comment about agenda item E and F, the domestic violence and the bullying in the workplace. Did I do that now? Or should I wait? I have 3 minutes, I guess.
Yes.
What I wanted to say about that is that these resolutions, actually, I remember when Mayor Rubio introduced the bullying in the workplace in Seaside, and I brought that forward in 2010 in Marina. And I just want to comment that I think that the resolutions are hand in hand. They go hand in hand, domestic violence and bullying in the workplace. And these resolutions are really just lip service unless they are put into action. And I myself, I'm retired now, but before I was retired, like in about 2010 to 2018, I worked in 5 schools in Seaside, 5 workplaces. And I was bullied in all of them. So I think really that Seaside needs to do better with regard to bullying and domestic violence, because crime has increased. And a lot of people say that the law enforcement says, well, it's because of the pandemic. But, you know, that really isn't a good enough excuse, because the pandemic, it was an opportunity for people really to get to know their families and have stronger and better relationships. So putting the blame on external circumstances is just blame shifting. And that's why I think there's still too much domestic violence and too much bullying in Seaside. It still goes on. And I think Seaside can do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment on the consent agenda, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. It has already been moved and seconded that we adopt consent agenda. All those in favor use the record sign voting, which is
I have
aye.
a question, I have a question. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're right. On the question.
On the question, Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry.
No, that's
I
fine.
just wanted to ask why 9/21's council meeting was not listed as the agenda minutes.
Say it in the mic so everybody can hear.
The minutes from the previous meeting are not ready to be reviewed and approved.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem at all. On the question. All those in favor use the record sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, the ayes have it, the motion is adopted. We'll go to item 8C, approved proclamation recognizing September 15th through to October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. This is pulled by the public. Public comment is open.
I'm in favor of this. I'm Peter Kaiser, resident of Seaside. I'm in favor of this proclamation. I just wanted to add a little comment on it. That many in the Hispanic community have been sacrificing greatly for this country and for the Bible and for the Lord Jesus. I've even heard Mr. Ted Cruz, our US Senator from another state, speak live and a lot he's doing for the Bible and the Constitution in the US Senate. I've heard his father, Pastor Cruz, speak, and he had a lot of issues that he explained he had in Cuba and with the persecution there. And so we want to honor the Hispanic community for all they're doing. And we do realize that some of them have been confused and manipulated. And they have been actually manipulated into voting against their own family values by certain American leaders and certain public figures. So we're working to turn that around so that they would actually vote for their own true family values in the voting poll, in the voting place. They would vote for pro-life, which most of them are. They're pro-family. They're for traditional marriage, marriage between a man and a woman. And this is wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, and so we are encouraging them to actually vote for what the values they have, these biblical Christian values. And also many of our immigrants are coming from the southern border. They're coming from Christian background, and we want them to vote their values, although they are being manipulated into voting against their values by leftists, Marxists, and communist leaders who are manipulating them. So we do want to honor all the contributions of the Hispanic community during this Heritage Month, and we thank God for them.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone to make public comment on item 8C. Carla Lobo, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Thank you. I was having technical difficulty, so my comment is with regards to wanting to pull consent item number A with the purchase of the drone for the police department. My only question with that was regards to, is this item will only be utilized for addressing the illegal fireworks and emergencies, or will the fire department also have the capability to use this drones, or are those two separate entities? The fire department had their own drones that they their needs, and then does the police department their own drones to utilize for their own needs? And do they have a collaboration when we're talking about drones? I'd also like to know how many current drones the police department has and what the jurisdiction is when patrolling the community as a whole. Is there certain areas that is patrolled more so, or is there airspace that has to be talked about? How high are they going? The question is with regards to recently I've seen about 4 drones over on my area of the community. And so I'm concerned that the time of night that they're patrolling and also the area that they're patrolling. I've seen them multiple times around between 10:30 and 4 or 5 in the morning. So I'm concerned just with regards to the area that's being patrolled, and if there's any areas where we're not patrolling or we're not allowed to go as far as like airspace. Are we flying these drones high enough that we preclude airspace when we have other areas flying? So those are my questions. I yield the rest of my time. Hold on.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Can somebody come down and speak to the drone, answer some of those questions? No, I know what we did, but Yeah. No, I know what's going on, but,
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Attorney, and the City Manager. I understand there's a question to answer.
where, he was not in the room? Okay, well, they just.
I stepped out for a minute. I'm sorry.
They
Yeah,
just threw you underneath the bus.
Yeah.
That's all right.
yeah.
That's okay, but I know you can handle it.
Yes, I
you
can.
know, under the drone, like the city attorney said. Well, I think the question was, how many drones do we have? I'll just go down the list as I remember.
Currently in the police department, we have one drone.
Okay, how many does the city have? And maybe the chief can come. Chief, you guys can take turns. We'll just go, get just done with. So how many total drones do we have in the city?
The fire department houses 6 drones as a joint team with Monterey County. And one is housed with police. So total 7.
And this new one will make total 8?
The new one will make a total of 8.
Just so we're clear. And then, are there shared use? Because I know they're not just used for the fireworks, but so we'll probably use them for emergencies for the police department, emergencies for the fire department. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely. Last year alone, we probably had about 23 drone deployments, and this year probably about 20. Primarily are meant for reconnaissance, which means search and rescue with the Coast Guard, with our local police, with local fire departments. And they're used for surveillance for 4th of July, but most of it is search and rescue and not for surveillance. We don't fly them over specific areas. And if there's a concern that there's drones flying at night, there are individuals that have private drones, but we keep a log of all our drone activations, and we've had nothing that has been deployed 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. anytime recently.
Okay, I want to go back, but we do use in the police department. I would imagine if we need to put a drone up for public safety to monitor something that's unsafe, that could be called surveillance, right? That could be called use of them. Does that make sense?
Correct. We usually use it for surveillance in the sense of looking for a felony suspect.
Right. That's
Correct.
Why
Yes.
that's what I'm saying, right? We're not gonna go down the road, and I don't think any citizen is worried about you guys just flying them.
Correct. We don't
Somebody walking down the street.
proactively flying around looking for things. We don't do that. Correct. Yes.
Right, because most of these people that operate them are volunteers. Is that correct?
In the PD, we have officers, but in the program, yes, we do have
Okay,
volunteers.
that way the
Yes.
public knows too.
Yes.
Okay, and then it was a question about airspace, but what I'm getting to is you fly them within regulations, right? You're not violating any airspace.
That is correct. We fly within the FAA regulations. Yes.
Okay. And then I think the chief was clear about we're not flying them to be flying them between 10 and 5 to be flying them.
No, every time we fly, it's either a training flight or it is an operation looking for a suspect, a lost person, to assist the fire department. It's always there's a reason behind it, plus training.
And more than likely, if someone sees them someone sees them at an odd hour, either you're trying to solve a crime or emergency, or it's a private one.
Correct. And we always invite people to call us and ask. Like the chief said, we log it in software. We can always look at what time every one of our drones are flying. Everything's logged and
Yeah. No, I like what you just said. So say that again. If the people have a concern that it's flying over their backyard or there's hanging out somewhere, they can call you to see if that's you guys.
correct. Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. On the question of approval proclamation recognizing September 15th to October
make a motion.
15th. Thank you so much. And probably moved.
Make a motion proof.
Oh, you want a second? He made a motion.
I'm sorry.
I moved to approve item C.
Thank you guys so much. It's been probably moved in second. We went to public comment on the question. All those in favor, use the record sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Ayes have it, motion carried. All right, let's go to item number 9A, receive information, consider an ordinance related to the management of abandoned shopping carts. City manager.
Jose Boswell, please approach and present.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here to present the shopping cart ordinance for the City of Seaside. be slow and deliver on this one. It's complicated. So with that said, this is a draft. Nothing will be approved, nothing will be enacted. This is just a draft. Staff is asking for direction from the city council on this draft to give the city authority to resolve the issue of shopping cart encampments. Police, building and safety, and public works remove shopping cart encampments and right-of-ways in public areas, but do not have the authority for private property, i.e. businesses, on punitive damages for property that is within the city of Seaside. So this ordinance will give the city authority to enact punitive damages on businesses that do not have a shopping cart, abandonment, or an adoption plan to take care of their shopping carts on site. So this is still a draft, work in progress. There are 8 choices for the city council from low to high. That'll either have some legal issues, that'll have some cost, staff time. Once these choices are given to staff, we can narrow the ordinance and bring that back to the city council. That ends my presentation. I'll entertain questions.
Well, what are the 8 choices? So I think you got a little bit more to do. It's a little bit more, we need a little bit more meat on the bones. And so lay out what are the 8 so-called 8 choices and
First one, work with owners to receive permission to retrieve their shopping or laundry carts from off-store parking lot premises within city limits. Second, streamline the procedure to create and adopt a shopping and laundry cart retrieval plan for new development. 3, consider to warehouse seized property on city property. 4th, require businesses to install location stoppage technology on their shopping carts. 5th, develop a regional shopping cart retrieval approach. 6, fine businesses $50 if 3 shopping or laundry carts are not retrieved in any 6-month period. 7th, fine businesses more than $100 for retrieval, housing, disposing of shopping carts after 30 days of holding period. And 8th, hire a third party to retrieve, house, and return shopping or laundry carts to the owners.
okay, thank you so much. First, let's go just first page. No, I'm sorry, the first page of the numbers. Yeah. Number 5. When you see number 3, consider warehouse the seized property on city property. I thought we already have that. We don't do that already?
From my understanding, we do, however, is a storage is at a premium. And that would mean increasing more of that store property on city property.
Oh, okay, it's just, well, then that's different from 3. We already store the property. If we need more property space, then that's the question, right? Okay, we're not gonna, not you, but I'm saying for us, we're not gonna go around and talk about 8 of these things when 2 or 3 of them are already being done. Okay, so then the other one is, I don't understand the regional shopping cart retrieval collaborative. When you talk about regional, that's a big space, right? So when you're meaning regional, what space you're talking about?
Let me define that.
Yeah.
So this would impact Home Depot, Staples, Smart and Final, Santa Fe Market, and La Preciosa Market on Broadway.
But that's all, no, I'm sorry.
San City has Lucky, And then Monterey has Safeway. So that's, for me, that's the regional,
Okay,
what I'm talking about.
no, that's a good, thank you so much. All right, who wants to go first? Councilmember Garcia Ozone.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. When it comes to how we retrieve these shopping carts, what's the process in place, or who's going to retrieve these shopping carts? How is it going to be implemented? Have we thought about that yet?
Great questions. That's why this is still a draft. We need to flush that out because whatever choices in here, if there's a cost, there's manpower involved. And you gotta, I see it this way also, is that sometimes businesses don't want those shopping carts back. Simply because the way they were used, there might be some sort of contaminants. So there's all kinds of issues, not only the ones you brought up, that we have to look at in regard to this ordinance.
Okay, and it says fine businesses $50 if 3 shopping or laundry carts are not retrieved in any 6-month period. How would you track that? And what would be the legal ramification of charging a business for their shopping carts?
Home Depot, Smart and Final, and I believe Lucky have a code on it, on their shopping carts. In case somebody takes those shopping carts out, there is a code that you will be penalized. So if we have those shopping carts, then we know the owner. It's just a matter of them, now come and get your shopping cart. So that's one way of tracking it. The other way is basically going back to relationships. Before this gets enacted, depending on what time, the direction that's given tonight is talking to these businesses and my counterparts in these cities and letting you know, look, we're considering this ordinance. Do your business have an adoption plan for the shopping cart? And working with that, working with their business owners, so that way the responsibility falls on them, knowing that this ordinance could come in play.
Okay, would the retrieval of shopping carts be under your department, or whose department would that fall under?
It would probably fall on public.
To be determined.
Yeah.
Okay, to be determined. I just. These are answers that we should have ready when we're bringing this forward. I get it. This is just a draft. But it seems like these are just ideas, but in theory, are they realistic to implement into practice? That's what I'm getting at. And I appreciate, the only one that I would sort of support would be require businesses to install location and stop at technology. It adds a little bit, it alleviates the pressure from the city, but also prioritizes that businesses are doing what they need to do to not have these shopping carts be removed. I think there was a question about legal ramifications that I want to ask the city attorney. Are we allowed to fine businesses?
Through the mayor. Yes, thank you for that question, council member. If the business is located within the city of Seaside, we have more power to find the businesses within Seaside. Where the enforcement and legal ramifications really come in is when you have shopping carts that are from businesses that are outside of Seaside. And as I understand this draft document, there would be an identification of the carts. So all the carts from the businesses in Seaside would be marked with identification so that we could tell and track when we find those carts. And I think the suggestion of the city manager and the economic development director with respect to the regional approach would be to approach our neighbors in Sand City that have the Target, the Costco, the other carts that we routinely see inside of our city, and try to get them to adopt similar either locking cart technology and or identification and obligations for their businesses to have the same kind of rules that our businesses would be following.
Okay, but technically, let's say in theory, a shopping cart from Sand City's in Seaside, there's no legal authority for us to charge a business in Sand City.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is very challenging. It's a real hard job to do, and I appreciate the mayor for bringing it forward and for the initial ideas. I think we can only control what we control, and Seaside is what we can control. We can't control Lucky's or Costco or whatever. That's my personal opinion. Has anybody thought of when we work together, we can achieve greater results? Has someone thought about meeting with these 5 businesses as such, or 6 that think that you mentioned that are at Seaside, and working on a plan that achieves a win-win situation? We're all on the same page, rather than the city creating an ordinance and then telling them, this is what we're gonna do. And then for them to buy, 'cause we've kind of sort of done that, and I'm not gonna mention the programs in the past, but then it's like a sprout. So well, where did this come from? Because you haven't talked to us. Is that a thought process in this?
Yeah, the answer is yes. Is going out and talking to them, as I mentioned before. Some of our businesses in town already have a tracking mechanism for them. Smart and Final has one, and I believe even the Dollar Tree has one, and Home Depot has one for their larger carts. But the answer is going back to them again and seeing what kind of plan they have, corporate plan they have installed already, and following up with that already. Because most of these stores do have a policy. It's just, is it implemented?
It might be just a thought, and I'll go on. To go have coffee all at the same time with 6 different people in the same room and have dialogue. Maybe you can come up with something that everybody buys into. Suggestion, I think Councilman Alexis Garcia mentioned, how are you going to enforce a fine of $50? And how do you know when the 6 minutes begins and when it ends? I don't know if you were on that same concept, but if not, I apologize. So how do you know, basically, if the cart's been there for 2 weeks, how do you know, or 3 weeks? You really don't know until you see it. So it might have been there for a month or a month and a half. And when does the calendar start to that 6 months?
If there's a tracking device or a identification number on these carts, then when that cart gets identified is when the clock starts to tick for the 6 months, and we can track that. The downfall of that, if they don't have some sort of information on it, and we just have a cart that doesn't know who it belongs to, then we might have to hold a little bit longer, but not up to 6 months. So to the point of your question is the clock starts ticking once we identify it and we put it in a storage.
So tell me, so this is what I think I'm hearing. So a cart gets stolen from the store. It goes to wherever it goes, and in 3 weeks, you find it. Is that when it starts? I'm sorry. Did you get that?
It would be hard to identify when it got stolen. The only way we can know when it's stolen is when we identify it within the city limits.
Yeah, okay. So again, the card is stolen, which I believe is illegal. I assume it is recommended you fine the store owner $100 for retrieving something that was stolen from them. We're trying to promote businesses. Does that, and I just need a little bit of help. Does that seem fair? I guess I'll just use the word fair. I have another word, but let's just assume, does that seem fair to the Seaside businesses?
That's why going back and having the dialogue with the businesses and getting their input on a draft ordinance will be helpful, number one. Number two, it also provides the city leverage in case there is a neighbor that is not willing to comply within our city. So if a business doesn't really care about retrieving their property, we have some leverage on that so they can retrieve it or keep paying the penalty.
And then maybe I'm misguided here. On one of your recommendations, and the mayor pointed it out, and I may misinterpret. The warehouse concept, are you talking about, it appears to me, how I read it, purchasing a new warehouse, and if you are, because of the amount of carts, is that the concept, and is that expensive, and who's gonna monitor it, and I don't wanna say babysit, but who's gonna manage it?
These are all good questions. That's why it needs to be flushed out because it goes from low to high. And finding a warehouse to do this within the city of Seaside will provide a hardship for staff, and also to staff someone to watch this be counterproductive.
And I concur. Unless you, in my mind, unless you all come together and have agreement on a practice with the businesses to require a business or to install technology, who's going to, again, enforce it when we have such challenging enforcing laws on day-to-day operations, and this is, their main focus won't be carts. And this is an additional problem. Do you see that as problematic? Do you see that as doable to enforce technology unless you're all the stores around this aligned on the same page?
Most of the stores will have some sort of technology to keep their property within their site. Because I made a phone call to National Card Company that manufactures steel and plastic carts down in Riverside. To fabricate one car costs $250. To retrieve one car with third party is $25 plus fines. So most of the businesses prefer to put the technology and keep the carts or some sort of plan within their businesses.
Just, I didn't quite hear you. Did you say a cart is worth about $250? Okay.
To manufacture.
To manufacturing, and then more money to get to the store, et cetera, depending on the circumstances. And because this is you're opening a door to a challenge, and I think we're just pushing their door open. It would be pretty expensive, or I think you said $25 due to the amount of carts for a third person to retrieve and return the carts. Is that a true statement? And also managing that program, or is it just $25 a cart? Or
it's expensive.
I would think it would be expensive. Expensive program to implement and then to manage it with when you're doing other things. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think your vision or your job is to make Seaside happen, to blossom in businesses and development and all. This is part of that. I get it, but it's just another roadblock to success. But that's just my perspective. This is challenging, and I don't have any. I question the good ideas, and I appreciate the time that's gone in this. Good ideas. I just like to see personally a meeting of the minds of the business owners to come back with something that they're comfortable, and we can push our envelope a little bit to creating a law or an ordinance that is doable, is enforceable, that moves the dial forward, because sometimes we create ordinances that are there that, oh, well, and we're just going to do what we want. But that's my perspective. So it's hard for me to jump on board with maybe, I would have to think about it some more. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. I support the concept of having an ordinance in place. I think the details will have to be tightened up a little bit. I mean, for me, I would like to see a collaboration or an agreement between local cities that are facing this problem as well. And then also looking at the impact or the retrieval of these shopping carts when they do expand to state parks or Caltrans territory or somewhere that it's out of our jurisdiction, right? We gotta make sure that we're tracking this information, but also involving our state partners to figure out what that issue is, because most recently, a couple months ago, there was a encampment fire. I believe it was Caltrans territory. And there are more shopping carts from our city or other jurisdictions as well. So figuring out how we can come to an approach. Tracking is going to be another issue here. We want to implement tracking communication plan, right? Between local businesses, but also local cities. What's going to be the messaging? That's what I would like to see in something like this. But of course, a collaborative effort between local jurisdictions would make a difference.
Anyone else? Councilmember Burks?
Yeah, I think a lot of these we don't even need to think about until we really get that information from the business owners. And then ideally, the bigger impact will be when we're working with the region, right? If that's their concern, which I think it is, on how we can support the community. But until we get that information from the business owners, I just feel like we're getting this huge list, which I understand why, but they're probably not even on the table once we get that info. So thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, I thought it was a good list, except for the number 3, and I think we need to get a little bit more clear with our words that we choose to use. City manager, on this document it says warehouse, right? And then we went down the road to talk about warehouse, and we talk about, hey, this is going to be a bigger warehouse, and then you say, hey, it's going to cost more because it's expensive to watch or man the warehouse. We don't have a warehouse. We have a connex right in the back, right? That's all we're talking about. If you need another one, that's all we're talking about. So we're not talking, because it went to trying to find a warehouse in the city of Seaside, right? But my point is, that's the word you guys used in the presentation. And that was just misleading for me. We should know how much is it costing us now to pick up these carts. We can't take them back to the store because the store says they're a biohazard, so they don't want them back because they have to go clean them, and they don't want to do that. So the citizens and the taxpayers of Seaside are paying for the destruction of them right now. So we need to focus on how we're protecting the citizens, because I think I won't guesstimate, but it's tens of thousands of dollars. And I think we even spent $100,000 last year cleaning up some of these sites and the biohazard that goes with the sites, let alone the shopping cart. Right now, we're just talking about the shopping carts, but this is the opportunity to pick out of those 8 that you guys want him to focus on. But we have to stop the ability of people bringing these shopping carts, leaving them in the city of Seaside, asking our maintenance people to pick them up and throw them away. And because of the biohazard, our maintenance people sometimes are not in a position to handle them. So we already have a third party involved, right? So a lot of these things we're already doing. We're talking about reducing the cost, because right now we cannot go into private property to retrieve them. And that's where they sit some of the time. And we don't have a policy to pick them up when they've been abandoned by the person that was using them. And so I support going to talk to some of these stores, and some of them maybe have the technology to make it better to document that this is your cart. I guess they could take them back. But if they say we can't take them back because we don't have no local program to clean them, then we will continue to do what we're doing now. But right now, we don't charge them anything. So I support our small businesses, but small business people have to support us. And last time I checked, Home Depot is not a small business. Lucky, Costco, everybody has a shopping cart is not, well, I won't say that, but most of these people with hundreds of shopping carts are not a small so-called business. And they need to be a partner with cleaning up this city and either take their carts back, prevent their cars from being taken off property, take their carts back, or reimburse the taxpayers the cost of taking these carts. And I understand, that's the cost of doing business as a city to store some of this property. But city manager, I would like to see what we're spending now. What is the cost now the next time this comes back? Because I think we started off like we're not spending money now, and it's not an impact to us now. And I would like to hear someone put how much money, cents are we losing in our quality of life every time we drive down the street and see an abandoned shopping cart, right? So to say it'll cost them money, it's no big deal, but every time I go and see an abandoned shopping cart, I don't feel the same. And I know my residents don't feel the same, and I'm sure the council, now that they heard it put like that, they would say the same. But that's what. So those are 2 or 3 things I want is what is the cost of what we're doing now? And I won't say the cost of doing nothing, but what is the cost we're doing now? I thought I heard something about the regional partnership and see what if we can gain some partners. So no, in a minute. So those are the things. Then how long would you probably be before you bring it back with some of those answers? City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm seeing some greater consensus. It's coalescing. One of the things I'm sensing is the council, as the mayor said, and the rest of the members of the council saying, we'd like you to have the group meetings with those in our territory, in the city of Seaside, with the major players that have the majority of shopping carts. So those meetings you would occur, bring them all together, but that does not rule out the fact that I think the council wants you to pursue extraterritorial relationships with Sand City, the other cities, Del Rey Oaks with the Safeway and the like, to see if they want to be interested in it. There's also an interest in saying we understand the shopping carts at a certain point are a buyer hazard. They may not want them back. I think there's an interest in pursuing some type of agreement, if you can get them to do that, to say, hey, Safeway, hey, one other store, do you want it back if it's available, or is it a biohazard at this point, and they're going to take a tax write-off and say we just don't want it. But in any event, what may be the case is one of the key things is to get their okay ahead of time if they work with you and say, if our shopping cart from Costco is found in your jurisdiction, legally we'd have to check with the city attorney and say, can they sign something ahead of time and say, yeah, you can assert our right on our behalf to say, consider it and get it for us. But once we get it, they may not want it back. So you're going to have to account for that contingency, or they may want it back. We hold on to it. Then there's a district court requirement of the private property rights of the person with the cart. At one point, you hit a timeline where it's not yours. We have to take the cart. Depending on what's in there, their property price rights may vary. And in this case, you may have someone saying, well, store my private property, my duffel bags, whatever was in there. It could be a biohazard. It could be something. So we store it in a box, in a large box. But when you do that, you create some kind of suretyship and say, someone coming in saying, well, it's after 10 at night. I got my medicine in there. I got my medicine in there and I may want it back. So we'll do some research regarding that here. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just thought Councilmember Burks had a question.
Oh, yes,
Maybe
please.
So are we required to store people's property? Sorry. Are we required to? Because you started to discuss that.
For a
before.
while,
Okay.
Why don't we just,
For,
I think you guys got direction, city manager.
yes, we
don't-
do. We do.
We don't want to work it out right here.
And the unit cost, the mayor emphasized the unit cost, absolutely. Our current cost, what it comes out to, local meetings with the local players, regional meetings with the regional players, cost for the storage, cost for additional storage, because once we begin to enforce a program, however righteous it is to get the carts and the blight off the city streets, it's going to augment costs unless they participate some way, shape, or form in saying you can get rid of them as soon as you have it, or we'll take them back and deliver them somehow, and we get some kind of credit for that. But we'll come back with some costs. We'll come back with the results of your local efforts, of your regional efforts, of the storage requirements, of the costs up until this point, and any other research you can bring back. I think the council is shying away from punitive penalties. We'd rather have the carrot first and see if they'd like to cooperate and hold any punitive thoughts until persuasive, but first try and convince them. Have I missed?
No, you haven't missed anything. It's just, we're pressed for time and
Yes,
that's, I
That's-
know the city attorney, did you have anything before we go to public comment?
No, I think the city manager has caught some of my notes on that, and I can certainly work with him to work on the council's direction.
Right, it's two last points. You never spoke to when you think you might want to come back. That was really just a clear answer, right? So is it a 2 months, 3 months? Right, not a rush, but we're just trying to
Two-
figure out when we
2
will
months,
see.
yeah.
Okay,
2 months.
and then just to be clear, the city manager asked you to present this, but there's no way I think he would have you monitoring this program as
Correct.
economic development. Director,
Correct.
right? So it's just, that was out there, but
Correct.
sometimes we have to be a little clearer. All right, let's go out to the public. Public comment is open.
Peter Kaiser, City of Seaside. This is an interesting conversation. I'm somewhat familiar with the homeless situation. In fact, in front of the Kelly Moore store, there is a shopping cart there and there's a man, looks like he's living there for a few days. He's sleeping there during the day and he's on Fremont Street, one of our main streets in Hilby. And he has a shopping cart. And by the way, that's kind of the equivalent of his home. He lives with that. And it stores all of his material. It's got his sleeping material, it's got his medicine, it's got his food and so forth. So that's something you have to deal with. That's his what do you call it? ADU? Accessory dwelling unit. So that's something to deal with. But now I don't approve of the punitive damages. I would suggest you turn it around. You reward any of those businesses who have none of these carts at their business. Reward them. Okay, it's a positive thing. So let's say you go to that paint store and all of a sudden you give them $100 and there's no one around there anymore. And there are people on that side of that street on Hilby. They sit there all day, homeless. And they're also across the street by the chicken franchise. Okay, so I would suggest you reward them for this, for having no carts there and dealing with it properly. It's their personal property if they're the source of the carts. And also, there is a problem with the law on this. A few years ago, they changed the vagrancy law so cities couldn't deal with people just putting a tent in front of a business and living there. Like I've been to San Francisco, you can just put a tent down on the sidewalk and live there. In down by the Opera House, there's a whole block where they have just set up these platforms and you just put your tent there. So and guess who's leaving San Francisco? Major businesses, major stores. So I think we have to maybe modify the rules, and also we shouldn't make it so easy for people to be like if they want all these handouts, they should earn them. Okay. They should earn these handouts and they should be finding jobs and becoming self-reliant and work for themselves, and they won't be needing these cards. So I think there's a deeper problem here. You have to make it so they don't need these cards and they don't want them because they found a job and they're not getting free handouts to live in those carts. And there's a man over lives in the Carmel River, and ask him, how does he do this? Well, he's an alcoholic and he goes over and gets SSI from the post office in his post box, and he just lives there as a homeless person. So we're making it too convenient to have these things. God bless you.
Can you? Okay, so while this is really something we're constantly making rules and laws, and we may as well just call this war being declared on the homeless, because that's the only ones that have the carts. So we're making all these rules and laws to get rid of the homeless, to get rid of what they do and what they live off of, as the man said, is their home for some. One thing that I want to be very clear about is while we are targeting them and looking at them. We know it's the homeless that have the carts. Who else is walking up and down the street with carts? Maybe every now and then, once every quarter, maybe it might be somebody else. However, do we really want to just declare war and keep making ordinance and throwing them in and out of jail and keep destroying their life because they're beneath you? Because they're lower than you? Because you don't think much of them in the first place? Do you really want to be creative enough to really think this out and really do something about it? I know you can go to Safeway and you can't come out that door with their cart. And I was just in Monterey the other day, and you can't come out the door with the cart at the dollar store. There are creative ways without making laws and making ordinance to punish and criminalize the homeless even more. I think we can have more creative minds to do something like that rather than deal with people that are not living the life we live, that are beneath us, or as we might think as individuals. Everybody's important. Everybody should be loved, respected, and honored. And we need to think from that perspective instead of thinking making laws. What is wrong? All of a sudden we got laws for the parks, laws for this, laws for that. And the homeless people are constantly being ruled out. They go to jail, they come back out. Then what? The governor has already said he's suing cities for not doing anything for the homeless. So why don't we think with creativity enough to do something about the issues that we have with them hanging on to carts and pulling them out? Maybe Home Depot can stop their carts from coming out the store. I use a cart when I go in. I don't use my wheelchair. I use the cart, but I can't drive that cart about 4 cars up in some stores. There are creative ways to think of without punishing the homeless people even more. So I just want to make sure when you're writing this ordinance up and all of these laws and stuff, you're not just punishing and criminalizing the poor people and the homeless people, and you be considerate in your heart. Thank you.
Carla Lobo, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions with regards to the 8 recommendations. When we talk about legal ramifications, what items are we talking about? Are we talking about number 6 and number 7 when we're trying to impose fines on the businesses? Or are we talking about if we were to exercise one of these 8 options, it can come with legal ramifications in the future? Like the mayor asked, what is our current expenditures on dealing with the carts currently? What department does that fall under? And when we talk about it will take staff time, what staff time specifically? So when you come back, specifically let us know it's going to take this department this many hours to monitor the carts and reach out to the public or reach out to the businesses. That's important because then we get into the financial budgetary expenditures. And then when we talk about who's enforcing this policy or this ordinance that we're considering, will that be our police department? And will they also have conversations with the department that will oversee this plan that will be executed in the future? And also, I'm very concerned that the unhoused community wasn't thought about or wasn't even discussed during this conversation, or even mentioned when we're talking about reaching out to the business owners. Making comments about unhoused individuals and how they choose to live their life is not very godly. We can't sit and throw stones at individuals that choose to live in different areas or in different modes in their lives. What we can do is extend resources, and it's up to them whether they want to take those resources or not. I suggest that before coming back, you have a conversation with the homeless commission, who had a listening session that gave back a lot, or that provided a lot of feedback to the community, and the community provided feedback to that commission with regards to the unhoused community and how to include them in these types of discussions. Because as the previous person mentioned, we know unhoused folks are the ones that are utilizing these cards. What are the ramifications that they're going to face once this ordinance is flushed out? That's another question I have. What are the legal ramifications that they are going to have? And also, when we talk about storing now, where are we storing these and how much are we paying? Third-party individuals that we bring into the city, what is the budgetary for that as well? Because that is one of the recommendations, to have a third party retrieve, house return, and also laundry. So what is the cost to that? These are all very important questions that we need answered in order to create this ordinance. I suggest being more prepared in the future, whether it's you yourself doing this presentation or someone in the department, because coming here, giving us suggestions, but no synopsis or no feedback in the past or what we can do.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Public comment is closed. There was quite a few questions from the public. Are you prepared to answer some of them, Jose, or? Yeah, good. It was so many. Well, let me just try. It's you first of all, you started off and maybe you can, but I'll let you get a try. But let me just right. First of all, this was a draft presentation. You start off by saying you don't have the answers. You're looking for the council and the citizens to help with some direction about how we need to look at it to include all of those 8 issues and more. So I don't want anybody, it's not fair to say you don't have an answer to this question when it could have been 84 questions, 8 questions to each one of those 8 areas, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Right. So it's unfair to say why you didn't have an answer to it when you were asking us, focus you on either all 8, because I thought they went pretty good together, right? Or focus on 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of them. And the councils did that already. So if there's questions in there that popped into your mind with the answer, then please try to answer them.
Mayor, if I may, before you start, thanks for taking this on. Our acting ACM was out of the country, so they took this over last minute. So thank you for that. But there are the concepts, council's been very good about giving direction, narrowed it down. I know you'll follow up on that. And to be clear, no one on the staff side, including yourself, has said anything disparaging about homeless or and made any value judgment about lifestyle. In fact, I think they've been very empathetic, but go ahead.
That is correct. I'll try to answer the questions and with one answer is that this is just a draft and the council has already filtered out those ideas that I need to follow up on and come back with that information in order to have a more informed decision. As of right now, this is just a great dialogue in order for me to get that direction and focus on what's at hand.
Councilmember Miller.
I just thought that one of the speakers made an interesting point that the homeless commission, we have a commission of volunteers in the city that might be able to give us some guidance on this issue. So if there's a way to incorporate them into this process, I think that might be worthwhile. That was my only comment.
Well, that's yet to be seen. What we don't want to do is, see, this is about the cart. This is not about homelessness, right? And so I don't disagree with that, but what I want to say, pulling from that is we should not allow this to be turned around somehow. This is about homelessness. Cause I didn't see anything. Some people mentioned how we criminalizing. I didn't hear anything about criminalizing homeless people. It's a fine on the business that don't want to take their cart back. And I was clear about, this is about abandoned carts. Now, we talked about some people's property, because sometimes you know, the property is in the cart or the property is on the ground, right? But this is about the cart. And I didn't see us, I don't know if any recommendation was about just go up to a person, turn over the cart and take the cart, right? But I was clear about when we go down the street and you see an abandoned cart, meaning an empty shopping cart on the side of the road, we're already picking them up at a cost to the city. Period. What are you gonna do about that? So I won't be part of turning it into somehow that's against homelessness and somehow that's criminalizing homeless people. I just think that money, if you're talking about supporting homelessness, that money that we use in the staff time to pick up that abandoned shopping cart, meaning a cart on the side of the road, side of the business that is empty, when we go pick it up, it costs time, energy, effort. And then I don't know if we take it down to the landfill, right? But I don't think we try to get money off the metal, right? So it just costs us money. And that's money that we could put in support for our homelessness in this city. So maybe that's something the homeless commission could look at, is what can they do with the money that we may save by not having to pick up these carts, right? But this is not about punishing people that don't have proper place to live. We have not done that in, I almost say years, but when have we? I know not after the law was changed and it said, make sure you don't do that. Right? I know that. How long ago was that? 2018?
Yeah, I think it's about 2018, and the city has been extremely diligent and protective of following the law and ensuring the homeless are able to live in, sleep in public areas in accordance with the case law that is out there.
And it's a balance that, you know, you can't criminalize it, but that doesn't mean they get to sleep when and however they want. We do have community, and we do have a quality of life balance that we need to strike. I just don't want this to leave this council with, hey, how somehow we were penalizing homelessness. That's not what this is about, in my opinion. Other council members can agree or disagree with that. Before we finish with direction and go into recess for a few minutes, staff is waiting. Of course,
Real
Mayor
30
Pro Tem,
second question. I just see this as opening up a dialogue. You got concepts, you got ideas, go back in 2 months, bring something forward, the dialogue will continue. It's just we open the door to a concern. In the story. Thank you.
I just make a quick statement that I think that there is a correlation between the two. That's why I think involving the homeless, the homeless commission, we might get some more insight on why carts are abandoned and possibly move this conversation forward. I completely agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We're not trying to penalize anybody who's less fortunate, but I just see them as a source of a tool for collaboration.
I think they have, was it the 2 months to check in with them? They have a couple of meetings between here and there. But this conversation is about cards. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. We're past the break. The staff is would like a recess. We'll take a recess for a quick few minutes, 10 minutes, good 10 minutes, call back at the sound of the gavel. Let's take a recess. Calling us back from a recess. We move to item number 9B, fireworks after action. Recommendations for discussion and direction, City Manager.
Fire Chief, Police Department Commander, I know you're going to tag team this next item. I just want to remind the public and members of the council that these are recommendations for discussion and direction. I know we bifurcate our efforts between the illegal fireworks and the safe and sane in the city. There's complexity that few cities have in having to regulate an activity that is bifurcated in the sense that some are safe and sane and allowed and others are not. It's quite a bit of work for staff and quite a bit of an expense to enforce that and to bring down the number of violations and to create a more comfortable 4th of July and New Year's for the public, but it's still problematic. What you will have before you is a series of recommendations, some from staff, some from a couple of members of the council, and some from individuals in the community that could work, but and some of them are simple to put in place. Others require some regulatory preparation. So we want you to take it in that vein. They are some recommendations, but we're not necessarily pushing on them on you for approval tonight. They're items that we want you to seriously consider. We will come back with more detail and the regulatory processes to have these adopted later on. But please give us your consideration, file it, the information that you give us, and we're looking for your direction. With that, please proceed.
And I'll just jump, come on up, Commander. I just want to jump in. I want to know about I heard something about council member suggestion recommendation. I want to know what those are. So to make sure we highlight those.
Should we single them?
Yeah, single them out for
Yes.
me. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, members of the public. My name is Justin Pasco and I'm a commander with the Seaside Police Department. I'll be presenting tonight fireworks recommendation for discussion along with Fire Chief Gutierrez for the Seaside Fire Department. Next slide, please. Just a recap of the after action report that I presented, I believe in August. The police department issued 68 citations for illegal fireworks. 50 were admin citations, 18 were criminal citations. As of current, the city attorney has had 5 paid citations for administration, and she's currently working through more to collect for the administrative citations and is currently in the process for appeals and paid notice letters. Next slide, please. So some of the recommendations, as the city manager mentioned, between the police department, Seaside Fire Department, members of the council, and the community members include the following. Parking enforcement on the 4th of July, our parking enforcement team for the Seaside Police Department. We would like to increase the number of drones deployed. Recommend safe and safe zones within the city limits. Pass out flyers to problematic areas within the community. Increase educational outreach. This can be done between the fire department and the police department. Recommend no parking signs and curbs on General Jim Moore. Host community meetings to get feedback. Have an end time for the use of safe and sane for 10 p.m. Enhance enforcement of safe and sane after curfew. Sale of safe and sane only to Seaside residents. Also, community members recommended a drone show to go along with that. Discontinue sale of safe and sane on city property. Next slide, please. So now you'll see the following breakdown of the recommendations that I just mentioned. Parking enforcement and drones. So on 4th of July, General Jim Moore is known for having mainly people come from outside the city and park up at General Jim Moore to look over the city at the illegal fireworks. So we recommend having parking enforcement specifically along with the residential areas, patrol that area closely and have no parking signage up between Hilby Avenue and Co Avenue. We would also like to increase drones, which allows for additional eyes to observe and report illegal fireworks. As we've mentioned before earlier, we're requesting to purchase more drones for the fire and volunteer team along with the PD. Next slide, please. Safe and safe zones, flyers and education. So we'd like to suggest to create an ordinance designating safe and safe zones that would minimize the volume of activity in the neighborhoods. A lot of the neighborhoods are overwhelmed with illegal fireworks. This would give PD a more effective approach in zeroing in on illegal activity. Flyers would also be passed out in hotspots and recommended fire conduct, public education surrounding safety concerns, and police surrounding consequences of the laws. We'd also suggest to discontinue vendor sale of safe and sane fireworks on city-owned property. Next slide, please. Community meeting, curfew, and sales. We're suggesting the Community Safety Advisory Commission to add to agenda community input for the meeting coming up on October 26th. We'd also recommend a 10 p.m. curfew for safe and sane to minimize overall activity. This would allow the police department to enforce penalties of safe and sane use after curfew and outside of safe and sane zones. We recommend City Council discuss only authorized safe and sane vendors to sell to Seaside residents. This past 4th of July, just like many others, we've had many outsiders that do not live in our area come in, purchase safe and sane, use the purchase of safe and sane to mask illegal fireworks. And we understand this may draw opposition from vendors due to overall sales and profits. Next slide, please. A community drone show. We've had many members of the community suggest that we have a drone show. Suggested areas would be Roberts Lake, Laguna Grande Park, somewhere where there's an open area. This could also draw people away from illegal activity in neighborhoods, and drones are pretty quiet compared to fireworks and illegal fireworks. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is for council to discuss and provide direction to the PD and fire department and respective staff on moving forward.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilmember Miller?
And the drone show the theory is that people would watch the drone show and not partake in illegal activity.
Yes.
And it seems like we're being pretty restrictive with these suggestions. Is this the most strict we could be without outlawing it? Like, where are we at with that? Like, basically in certain areas, at certain times is highly restrictive. Is that the ultimate goal?
Well, these are just recommendations, and I would have to refer that to the city attorney for more specifics on city ordinances as it refers to specific times.
And has the city staff or the police department ever considered this issue being put on the ballot?
The police department has not.
That was all my questions. Thank you.
Can you step in? Yes. That would be, and we're correct. I think you and I talked about it in the chief also. That would be on the policy side, which is something. Sorry, Mayor. That would be on the policy side, which is something staff couldn't make that recommendation. Once this council would decide one way or the other, we would get the facts necessary to put it on the ballot, put it together. But we could suggest it ourselves. It's policy choice.
So if I understand that correctly, our commander's sitting in front of me, that's why I asked him, not necessarily because he was the person to ask,
Yes.
but so excuse my asking you that, but Mr. Manager, in order to put something like this on the ballot, policy wise, to make the voters decide on these, it requires 3/5 vote from us or a certain number of signatures. Is that?
That is correct. It would require a vote of the council, or it could come from the public. It could come both ways. I'm not sure the numerical threshold. The city attorney would know that, but it could come both those ways.
That was all my question. Thank you.
Hey, anyone else? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
a variety of questions. And again, you know what I was gonna ask you, but the goal is to reduce fireworks. If people are, I think 5 people that have paid their fine out of whatever, 68 or 50 or whatever number it be. There's a history of that. Over the past 4 or 5 years, it's been 5 or 10%. The fines are supposed to be a deterrent. But when 90% approximately are not paying fines, is it really a deterrent? What can we do to make it a deterrent if we're not collecting the fines? Because next year, this year I get fined and I don't have to pay, well, then I'll do the same thing again. But if you give me $1,000 fine or $100 fine, I may say, let's wake up, Davian. I'm not gonna do it because I had to pay $100. Does that make sense for you? And that's sort of my question for you.
So I understand what you're asking me. And as I mentioned in one of the slides, the city attorney is still currently working on collecting those fines. And if you have a question about the fines, I would refer you to the city attorney on that.
The same question. If we're collecting 5 to 10% over the past 4 or 5 years of citations, which I think it has been, I don't believe it's a really deterrent because no one's paying or very few. How can we make sure people follow the law, I guess? Or how can we do a better job to get 60 to 70%?
Through the mayor, thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. So we actually have collected 6, so 1 more than 5. So we're a little above the 10% threshold. And what I am focused on are the administrative citations, which are approximately 50. The 18 criminal citations are in criminal court. They're in a different court, so we have to set those aside. I've issued the second collection letter for those people who have not actually appealed or paid. And I'm exploring a couple of different ways to up the collections on that, including an intercept program through the state of California, where we would collect that. The state of California would actually take monies that are like tax refunds and other things. And once we've passed and been accepted into that program, they would intercept any funds that any of those residents that owe us money have due and owing to them, and we would be getting it. They would divert it to us. So we're trying a little bit of more aggressive hybrid approach this year. It does take time. It's not going to happen overnight. And quite frankly, 6 collections out of 50 is higher than the last 3 years of collections on administrative citations. So
yeah, and I totally agree with that, but it's still 12%. So I like the idea of what you said, because when I haven't gotten a speeding ticket, but if I were to get a speeding ticket in Seaside or Monterey or Carmel, and if I don't pay my bill, they're going to increase the fines over a period of month. And if I don't pay for a period of time, they'll find another way to make sure that I pay. One way or the other, going to make sure I pay. So another question is, and I just thought of it as you were speaking. So let's say I'm shooting off safe and sane, and I think most of these are really good ideas. Let me say that up front. So what happens if I'm shooting off safe and sane fireworks on my street, which is not a safe zone? What happens?
So that's something we still need to explore.
Okay. And then recommendation 10, safe and sane are legal. Recommending only selling self-contained to residents, how will that be enforced? When the police department are enforcing daily laws, they're enforcing illegal fireworks. Now we're going to ask them to enforce who's selling, if they're residents versus non-residents. And then, maybe carrying on to another part of it. So basically, you potentially have talked to a few, guesstimating that may impact, and this is a guess, 50% of revenues from non-residents to buying safe and sane fireworks, which in turn, the volunteers, right or wrong, safe and sane, being good or bad, however your opinion is, I'm putting in 300 hours of volunteer time. So you've just taken 50%, 40%, 30% of my revenues. When in turn, that may discourage a booth from operating. So I guess, do you think that's fair and reasonable? And do you think you have enough, someone have enough staff to go monitor if residents versus non-residents are selling safe and sane fireworks?
So I'll answer part of that question. I'd like to bring up the fire chief's answer the other part. So the reason behind the recommendation for this is we found a lot of citizens that we've ended up coming in contact with for enforcement reasons were not Seaside residents. They bought safe and sane here in Seaside. And this is what they've told us. And from personal experience, just working the last 4th of July, one person that I came in contact with that wasn't from the area told me this. They came to Seaside, they knew it was legal, they bought safe and sane, and then they had illegal fireworks to mask it. They didn't say that part, but they came to Seaside because they knew it was legal and they bought the safe and sane. So that was part of the thought process behind that, is to detour other people from coming into the city and creating problems for residents here and for the police department and all staff. And at that, I would like to bring up the fire chief.
Good evening, council. Mary Gutierrez, Fire Chief, City of Seaside. So to elaborate on that, I've worked with at least one city that used this mechanism to limit, and it does limit some of the sales of fireworks within your community. So what it does is prohibit communities on the outside of Seaside, non-residents, from coming in, purchasing, and then staying in the city and congesting the streets, bringing in illegal fireworks, because I also encountered that with at least a half a dozen. And you're usually youth that'll come in and they'll just get on one of our very narrow streets. They'll block it and you ask them why. And they say, because you allow it. So we come here, our friends and us come here and we get together and we set off illegal fireworks. So I think it's important that our nonprofits are incredibly important to support. There's a greater community. I ran into a lot of residents that would come out to me personally and say, can you please have some of these folks leave the area? They couldn't sleep. They're elderly, they're veterans, they have animals. So the city I worked in required proof of residency, and I was part of that solution. And we would do spot checks of vendors. So you have to use your ID, proof of residency, before you could buy them. So the citizens of Seaside could enjoy their safe and sane fireworks, but it prohibited sale to outside residents. So we could enjoy that. It limits the congestion on our streets. It limits the noise pollution, may or may not impact sales. And if they did not comply, they would have their permit revoked and the booth be closed down. So again, that's a policy decision that every city would make. It's not my decision. I just work for a city that used that to reduce the amount of the noise pollution over that period of time, because we do have fireworks from the 28th through the 5th. And it's a large period of time. And it also prohibits residents in our other jurisdictions. While we were working with our regional networking with fire and police, they have asked us, is Seaside going to do anything to cut back on the sale of safe and sane, so that outside residents don't take it into their cities where it's illegal. So they're asking us to be part of the solution to try to curb some of the noise pollution, and finding solutions to encourage our vendors to allow the nonprofits to make a large portion of their revenue for the year, yet take in consideration all of our residents, every single resident in the city of Seaside, close to 40,000, and let everybody enjoy the 4th of July. So with that, that's the answer to that question. It's one of the solutions to minimize, and I agree with Commander Pascone, after spending time on the streets from 4 p.m. until 3 a.m. Masking with using safe and sane are a problem, huge problem that I ran into. There was a lot of disrespect to law enforcement and to fire with using safe and sane, laughing, you drive away, you see the loud explosions. So we need to figure out how to educate our community. How do we educate the outside community if they come in and use them here? They don't know our laws. So they assume everything is legal in the city of Seaside, not just safe and sane.
Just. My gut feeling is, and part of this is sarcastic. Dramatically, I think there's a lot of non-resident by safe and sane, and I think it's dramatically. And something that's legal, and we're saying you can't buy it, so I have a problem with that. It's kind of telling me that if you, again, sarcastic, I can't eat hamburgers in Seaside, and we're going to create an ordinance because they're bad for me. You know, it's kind of punishing people that are doing the right thing, and the ones we should be punishing are those that are doing the illegal things, and it just doesn't feel good for me to create rules that are hard to manage. My last question, I think, is in a couple of before your time that when you were here, I believe we did fireworks show. One year it had a little bit of impact. One year it had probably no impact on the illegal fireworks. Do you believe, do you believe a drone show or fireworks show, because if you want to look at the cost, if a fireworks show is cheaper than a drone show, maybe you want to do a fireworks show. But do you really believe that a drone show or a fireworks show, based on past experience, because that's all we can go by, would reduce illegal fireworks?
I think it allows an opportunity for our residents and other residents from other communities to enjoy and celebrate in a different way and to see something visual. So I think it has a positive impact on reducing illegal fireworks. I think the criminal element that wants to use illegals will continue, but we want to give our residents different opportunities to enjoy if that maybe they can't afford safe and sane, but they want to participate in a community event.
Just a quick comment is, I'm supportive of pretty much all of these, except for 10. 11, I'm hesitant, but we'll go on. We'll come back later on that.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if you want to get one bite at the apple or come.
No, we're gonna listen to public comment, then
Okay.
and
No,
you
no,
guys can decide
okay,
which ones you guys want to support or want to move forward. Anyone else before we go out to public comment? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll come back and decide what you guys want to support and don't support. For me, I thought all of them made sense. They're just recommendations, but it's hard to imagine the designated some safe zones. I just can't. I don't know how that works. And then only to residents. That's hard for me to try to figure out how do we enforce that, and who's the undercover agent that's supposed to go make that illegal buy, right? So, but the object is we asked them to come back and think through. So they did that. So it's not on them because you don't support it, right? You don't support it, you don't support it. All right. Public comment is open.
Good evening again. Thanks for that wonderful presentation. Much appreciated. I have worked in the firework booths for over 20 years, and some of the information that I heard here is really kind of misleading. We have repeat customers that come from out of the area, and they're legal people. They're doctors, attorneys, and others. They support our nonprofits, but this is not just about selling fireworks and making money, which they very much help the nonprofits. When we were doing our youth summits over the years, for 25 years, we were giving children backpacks and school supplies. And there are other things that we now do to support underserved residents and community members that are living in situations through no fault of their own. The other piece to this is that this is an opportunity for us to market the work that we do as nonprofits. And from that, we've gotten people coming to get services that were much greatly needed for them. I just think that I've lived here all my life. I mean, I was born on Fort Ord. I've been living here for over 60 plus years. And so I know that there are new people in the community that don't want to, hear the illegal fireworks. And these people that we sell to are legal people. They're not out doing illegal activities. And so to have someone issue an ID and this is capitalism. We live in a money-making society. So I think we need to make informed, data-driven decisions. And I think that the illegal people, we have fireworks going off even now in my neighborhood. So they need to maybe find a way to bring in maybe one of the sniff dogs or something that literally could sniff out the illegals if there's such a thing, or get the drones. But I don't even see people wanting to turn illegal people in because that's a safety risk for us. So, again, people have a right to want to have peace and safety in their communities. I've been a dog owner myself when the illegals are going off, but don't punish the work that the people have been doing for decades in this community to help our community reach a better state of well-being. And so our nonprofits help our community and our city with the work that our city, we leverage the funding of the city in terms of the work that we do. So I just want to say that I hope you make informed, data-driven decisions. Thank you.
Good evening, Peter Kaiser, Seaside resident. I'm a little surprised with some of these recommendations. I know some of the organizations that have these booths, and I think one of them, they work like 7 or 8 days, maybe 7 or 8 hours a day. And some of them come from their job and work there the night for several hours. And they may sell $100,000 worth of fireworks and they may get $50,000 to actually help in their ministry of Jesus Christ, to bring people to Christ and young people to go to retreats and come to camp where a lot of children actually have an opportunity to be free from their devices and hear about the Lord Jesus Christ and turn their lives over to Jesus Christ. So that money is really not wasted. It's actually getting some people off the streets. It's getting them to be responsible citizens and followers of Jesus Christ and the Bible and so forth. So some of these ideas, I think, kind of go against that, like safe and sane zones doesn't make sense. I know you have zones for ICE in your sanctuary city document where they can't actually do their job. I think there's 7 or 8 areas where they can't do their job. That's not appropriate either. A curfew, if you remember, around the 4th of July, it gets dark about 9 o'clock. You don't want to use fireworks when it's light outside because you can't see the results. So if you only have an hour from 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock to do your fireworks, that doesn't make sense. You need to see the effect of that in the darkness. You shouldn't ask for an ID for to be a Seaside resident. That doesn't make sense. We do need an ID to vote. Now that's a good idea. Require a photo ID to vote in Seaside and in California, and not discontinuing the sale on city property. That's not a good idea either. Now, I've been here for some time, and I've gone down to Monterey, and on a barge they will shoot off these fireworks. It's totally safe. The fireworks falls into the ocean. And the beaches were totally full of people enjoying that. I've been to fireworks shows at Fort Ord. We should have a real fireworks show maybe on our beach. and where people can enjoy this, not some kind of a drone show. They can turn on their device at home and see drone shows, but a real fireworks, and maybe people will be more involved in that. But let's allow all these nonprofits and these ministry groups to make a successful earning of that money for their youth program. And let's not punish the safe and sane people for what the illegals were going to be doing anyway. And also close the border and stop this stuff from coming in. Thank you.
Well, Miriam Smith again. I just want to say I have 17 grandkids, 9 grown kids. So I'm old enough to not be able to stand the noise. I think that my grandkids enjoy fireworks, and I think that this is the time that it comes into play where we have some younger people helping to make decisions for our community to grow. We are a bedroom community. We're trying to grow beyond that and be a destination for people to come to and enjoy. When I travel, I've been able to stop at different places when I can't get here in time enough to get fireworks that I don't even want to be bothered with, but I enjoy watching the kids enjoy the fireworks. So I think that it is, I've been able to stop at these various places, buy them and get home sometime when I'm not getting here in time enough to get them from our own. So I don't think we should have Seaside only people buying fireworks. How are we gonna make some money? Who lives here? How are the nonprofits gonna benefit? Don't let the joke fall on us when it happens and we make that decision because, yeah, we don't enjoy fireworks anymore. I certainly don't really, but I have grandkids that do. And there's other people that do, other people's kids that do, and the nonprofits make a good profit. We don't want to eliminate that. I think we can figure out a way to handle it without limiting fireworks to just our people here, because we don't have enough. Yeah, maybe 40,000, but 40,000 don't, 37,000 folks don't buy fireworks. But we do need to make money off of fireworks for our nonprofit, for our families here, for our programs here, and to keep things going. It brings money into our community. The city benefits from it. The other thing is zoning. We tried that where we could only do it at the beach. We tried doing fireworks where the city did it. We tried that. Let's just be understanding of the fact that we have children here. We want children to continue to come into our community and grow. They're the future for tomorrow, and we don't want to kill it for the children. We don't want to kill it for people that love and enjoy fireworks. So if we can do that in considering these children, considering the nonprofits, and considering city members that aren't like me, that don't want to hear the noise, or like some of the folks that don't want to hear the noise, we got to consider the other ones as well. And it's only one day. It might last a little bit before that one day and a little bit after that one day, but I think we can manage it. And I think the fines and stuff that we do might be, I hope it works, but I hope it's not increasing. But after pandemic, a lot of stuff is increasing, but we'll see a decrease.
Mayor, city council, city manager, and city attorney. Bobby Maxwell, member of the public. I have been involved in selling fireworks in the past for nonprofits. And that's not all it's built up to be, really, because the fireworks companies are all about making money, and they promise you 50% profits and all that kind of stuff. What it really works out to is more like 25%, because you got to pay for all the fees for licensing and inspections and fire extinguishers and those kind of things. Um, I think the drone show is a great idea. I don't think the fireworks, shooting them into the ocean, which is a sanctuary, is such a good idea. I agree with the Commander Pascone's assessment of some of the problems that people are coming from outside the city and using the safe and sane to mask their illegal activities with the illegal fireworks. It costs a lot of money for the staff, for the police and the fire to try and control that problem. I think the best solution for this whole thing is that we, as a community, need to put this issue on the ballot in 2024. The 2024 general election is going to be really highly participated in, since it's a 4-year presidential election cycle. And let the people use their voice. And I think if the people decide to not allow safe and sane, it would be easier to enforce the illegal fireworks. So I yield my rest of my time. Thank you.
Gwen Nash, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Good evening. I'm Gwen Nash, and I just like to say that I really enjoyed the comments that came forth and the recommendation, the job that was done with the brainstorming, research of overall, the recommendations were great. You know, in life, we find that there are always pros and cons, and just like listen to everything that was recommended. We have fishing license, we have hunting license, and because of the huge amount of non-paying fines, my recommendation would be to maybe sell $5 or $10 firework permits. That way it brings more revenue to the city. You can ensure the fact that if people are legal or not, and if their permit is not renewed, then they'll be able to pay their fine because they can't get anything. That might be like in between the city and the vendor, making that happen, like a no-fly list. But at the end of the day, after the deadlines, then you would extend the fine to be even more if they haven't paid on time. I found that the fireworks have allowed World Outreach to secure our service center to be able to help in this community, and that the fireworks do bring joy and support in whatever capacity that's necessary. So I believe that the job that has been brainstormed, brought to our attention of recommendation, that as fine as this staff is, that we'll come to some conclusion that will benefit everyone so that we can continue the work in our community. Thank you for your listening attention.
Thank you for your comments. Carla Lobo, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. When we're collecting fines, when we're talking about what's the financial impact in the past and currently in 2023 for the 4th of July and any other holidays that include fireworks, what is the financial impact that the police department, the fire department, and staff has inquired in 2023? Years of this being a hot topic and issue in the community has brought us here. Also, the inquiry of the grand jury has also brought us here. We're talking about bringing down more violations, more fines, permits, all these deterrents in order for us to get to a place where it's an amicable, safe and sane, but prevent illegals from coming in, illegal fireworks. It's all great discussions and it's all great brainstorming, but it's time for us to take it to the polls. And I say this because it's a hot topic. We've already been contacted by the grand jury. We have eyes on us. I believe it was stated that other municipalities are asking us what we're going to do. So it sounds like we are now a focal point, not only in our own community, but at large, Monterey County. And so taking it to the polls will yield a lot of positive for the community. One, we're already coming out of pocket to pay additional hours, overtime hours in August. We heard this. We're also paying overtime for staff at whatever capacity that they're being utilized to be hands-on on this topic. So taking it to the polls will yield positivity, not only for those that don't want it, but also for those that do want it. It will bring out the corporations to put more money out if they are really wanting to have safe and sane in our city. A drone show is great. All these recommendations are great. All 11, I have my reservations on some of these recommendations that are put in front of us. Because we have a lot of talk going on right now, and we still can't get down to an amicable agreement upon both parties. And so taking it to the polls will ensure us that we have the voice of the community and can lead us in the direction that we want to see Seaside be led. We also can be the staple city on handling such a large problem. The city of Salinas did it as well.
Thank you for your comments. Denise Maiden, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Good evening again. To the mayor, to the council, city manager and attorney. I basically want us to think about our children. And I know when I was young and when my children were young, they look forward to the 4th of July. And I am also in support of selling the same fireworks because it does help nonprofit organizations, which most of them use that money back in our community. And I know it's hard to keep these illegal fireworks out of the hands of people, but using drones and eyeing them, and like you said, especially up here on General Jim Moore and even along Mescal, I've seen people come up and shoot off fireworks right across the street from where I am living. So these are the things that I don't understand, which is right around the corner from the firehouse, why we're not catching those people. When it comes to the fines, they are the ones that should be paying for them. But my whole point is that we need the revenue for our nonprofit organizations in this city. And we need to not take this away from our children. And they don't need the loud ones. They enjoy the safe ones. And this is what I would support 100% for the safe and sane. But I do agree that these fireworks that are going up in the air, eventually it's going to cause some damage to property and hopefully not take anyone's life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Diane Nielsen, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Diane Nielsen, a City of Seaside resident. I'm surprised. I've heard lots of reasons to keep or the safe and sane fireworks or why they shouldn't be kept. But I haven't heard anybody talk about the environmental impacts that they have on our environment. And if you've ever noticed the amount of smoke and debris that is created from Safe and Sane fireworks, it's phenomenal compared to the actual sparkles that you might get from a Safe and Sane firework. It affects people's health with asthma or lung conditions. It also, the chemicals that they are created with are left in the soil, and the runoff when it rains also takes that into the ocean and can affect the ocean through our stormwater drains, and also the wildlife that is out there that we should be protecting too, which is very vital to our survival, actually. I think it's a real detriment to our city, and it's not a good look for our city to not consider that in all of this, and not just talking about people raising money for their churches and their children. I'm sure there are lots of creative ways that people raise money for their programs to help their communities, other than selling Safe and Sane fireworks. Many other cities have banned them, and I think it would be incumbent upon us to think wisely about what it's doing to our environment and all the effects that it has on dogs, wildlife, people, ill people. Kids have a lot of things to do, and Safe and Sane fireworks aren't going to make them or break them. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Dennis Revel, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This is Dennis Revel speaking on behalf of our client, TNT Fireworks. Let me put it in maybe an understanding of the source and scope of what we're talking about. The source and scope of the issue is illegal fireworks. It was the focus of the grand jury. It's the focus of the majority of your residents concerned. This is a problem not only in Seaside, it's a problem in every single community throughout the state. Most informed estimates suggest that the fireworks stores in Nevada along the California border are responsible for 60 to 70% of the illegal fireworks coming into California. Many local governments, as well as law enforcement and fire service leaders across the state, joined us this last year in pleading with the California Attorney General and the state to exercise its statutory responsibility to clamp down on the year-round massive influx of these illegal fireworks into California. There was reference to Safe and Sane masking illegal fireworks, and that, but for that, the city would be able to eliminate them. If that were the case, every jurisdiction that does not allow fireworks would not have the severe, in fact, an even more severe illegal fireworks problem than Seaside is currently experiencing. The issue that we have at hand is a lack of consequences for the illegal importation of these products, for the illegal sale of the products once they get here in California, and the illegal use of the products and the dangers that those pose for residents in Seaside, as well as every single jurisdiction in the state. Those lack of consequences are leading, as the vice mayor referred to, is we're not going to be punished, so why not? I would strongly urge an opportunity to work with the city attorney and the police and fire chiefs to address some of the issues and share with them some of the experiences that other communities have had in successfully dealing with some of these issues. As it turns to collection, there are several approaches that jurisdictions throughout the state are successfully using and achieving in the range of 70% collection on their administrative fines. This issue is probably analogous to a speeder or a drunk driver on a freeway. You don't eliminate everybody who's obeying the law and driving appropriately because of someone speeding down the highway or doing so under the influence of alcohol.
Thank you for your comments. Annalisa Mitchell, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Good evening to the mayor and all members on the dais. I am Annalisa Mitchell, Seaside resident. I agree with some of the recommendations, and there are so many of the recommendations I do not agree with. Let's not lose sight of the beauty of the fireworks and what it does to bring the community together. We stay stuck on those illegal fireworks, and this issue comes up time and time and time again. We need to just take it to the voters and let the people of Seaside decide, because I think I heard Miriam say that she's at the age to where she just don't care for fireworks anymore. But because she have grandkids and they love the beauty of fireworks, she just have to put up with it. So let's let the people decide, because the 4th of July means something special to families, and the significance of waiting till nighttime to see the beauty of the fireworks is a symbolism all within itself. So let's not pass any votes and just let the majority of the people decide instead of a few people. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time back. And I would also like to say, I heard a couple of people say that you all are doing a fantastic job. So thank you for what you do for Seaside and what you continue to do. Thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you for your comments. Anne, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
City Council, it's Anne Marie Pagan. I agree with the previous speakers also saying we need to put it on the ballot and let people decide for or not with the safe and sane fireworks. We understand that by eliminating the safe and sane, it's not going to eliminate all of the illegal fireworks, but it might be a little bit easier to find the illegal fireworks. I'm just wondering if we've looked into other cities that don't allow the safe and sane, primarily like Monterey. Their nonprofits make money by finding other ways to fundraise. And I think we need to realize that we can't just rely on firework sales and or the city to give us our money. The kids need to know what it's like to have to fundraise. And give back to the community. Of the previous speaker that was representing TNT, if we put this on the ballot and it passes to ban the sale of fireworks completely, we need to stick by that. The people have spoken, and do it. Don't allow TNT or these other firework companies to come in and make money on our residents. And, it's all about the money. They could care less what's happening to our environment. They could care less how much money this is costing us for the police department, fire department, drones, etc. All they know is they want that money in their pockets. And as one of the speakers says, they don't even get 50%. The groups don't. After they pay their fees for everything that they need to pay for, and the sales tax, they maybe get 30%. Maybe we need to look for a different way for them to earn money and not rely on fireworks and make the firework companies rich, because our nonprofit groups are not becoming rich on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment on this item.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Just want to, before I turn to the Councilmember Garcia Zola, just want to be clear. The banning of the elimination or banning safe and sane is not a recommendation before us, and that's not before us tonight. So we should stay, you know, you guys can say what you want, but we have to be clear for the community. That was not on the agenda. And so we're not talking about that. You can support it or not support it, but that's not going to be decided tonight. So I just want to make sure that the public understands that we're not trying to slip a discussion in underneath them. What's on the agenda is those recommendations. Councilmember Garcia Zola.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, well, maybe suggestions. As I was hearing community members speak, and I was looking online as well, because I started thinking about, there was a dentist here on Broadway, the family dentist that used to buy back candy the day after Halloween. So if there was a firework buyback program up to a certain amount for maybe illegal fireworks at a higher amount, right? Or doing internal investigations, we have to get creative here on how we get the illegals and the safe and sane off the street. So maybe having a firework buyback program. And I was looking online, and the city of San Mateo actually has that in place. It's an anonymous fire buyback program. And they actually do it a couple, for example, on June 25th, bring any unused or unwanted fireworks to a certain address, and they'll gladly accept and dispose of them safely and responsibly. And you can receive up to $75 on cash based on weight and other factors at the time of trade-in. So maybe that could be something that we could implement. But also doing a hotline to report illegal fireworks sales, I think a month prior would also be beneficial to sort of track down on these sales that are being done in the city. Really invest on marketing and education through social media. I know we use Volar for other events. Maybe we can use Volar for these types of social media graphics or videos that we can be putting out to capture the attention of the community and really emphasize a proactive messaging to the community. Having marketing starting a month prior. And I think that's it. Also, I have a question for ShotSpotter. Is that in place already? And how will that play a role in this incoming year?
Thank you. So ShotSpotter is in place and it detects large explosions. So it doesn't differentiate between an illegal firework and a gunshot. It just gets a cell location saying there was a loud explosion.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Councilmember Merrill, we need to focus on these recommendations, right? Adding stuff is fine, but we got to give them some, either we want these recommendations to filter through to come back so they have something, but to go, you know, don't go around issues. Add what you want to add, but tell us what you like about these or you don't want. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I've been on this council, since December 15th of last year, I get a lot of emails and calls and messages all the time. And the biggest issue that I get is over the fireworks. And I get it all the time. And they're constantly coming in on both sides. And I think this community and these recommendations and what's on the agenda tonight is fireworks after action recommendations for discussion and direction. And this city council during the pandemic banned fireworks, and then the signatures came in and they reversed the ban. But I think this issues the voters. I think the people of Seaside need to issue this and need to say that they want to have these bans, these recommendations. This is a community issue. And this is the problem, and the police department, Chief Borges says it perfectly. This is not a police issue. This is a community issue. And think it's to the point now that we've been going after this for so many years that it's time to get our hands on the pulse and to figure out where the community is here. And if the community says that they want to have safe and sane with these recommendations, then that's what we go with. If they say we want to ban, not have safe and sane and take a hardline approach on the fireworks, then we go with that. But for us to come up here and to make these, I think this is the community that needs to speak. And so I'm in favor of not having any of these, but taking this issue to the ballot. Thank you.
Anyone, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a couple things. One, the bringing in front of the people is a policy decision that has to be brought back as a policy. I'm not opposed to, but it's a whole different ballgame. We gotta focus on what was brought forth. That's just my thought. I do know that illegal fireworks are bad. I do know it impacts people's lives. I do know veterans are truly impacted. I do know that dogs and animals are truly impacted. And I do know our residents are leaving this city because of illegal fireworks for 2 or 3 or 4 days because of the negativity. Those are the things that I do know. I do know, well, I do believe the nonprofits are being punished for people breaking the law. I do know that, or I do strongly believe though. We need to enforce citations and make it a deterrent. Right now, it's just you're slapping their hand on 10%. The city attorney has a good idea as far as doing it in a different way to get to 60 or 70% of, and that may help. I'm truly opposed to resident only. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. Safe zones, I'm not too sure about. I would need to know more what that means, how it would be enforced, what we would do, where's the safe zones at, because I do know in neighborhoods, families and communities get together, like I say on Kimball, and have a little community area parties, or at Laguna Grande Park, or at Metz Park, or Mal's Market. There's a variety of places where communities come together and do the right thing. So what does that mean? I'm not too sure about. I'm concerned about, and I'm not opposed, but I'm concerned about not on city property. When we are working with nonprofits as a collaborative and space is so limited, I'm concerned about that. I can support drones or a fireworks show if staff, fire, police think that's a deterrent. And just lastly, you know, we've been banging our heads against the wall about what to do with fireworks or illegal fireworks. Maybe as a policy brought forward in front of the council, maybe that is a good idea, and at least for discussion purposes. I'll just leave it at that. Those are my concerns. Those are what I for, and what you know. Now you know I laid them out as far as what I propose. But the rest of the ideas are all good. Other than the ones I mentioned, I strongly support the rest of the ideas. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, but I wasn't keeping track. So was somebody keeping track of the ones? We're going to start keeping, you know, we're going to start counting about which ones you guys want. So did someone track which ones? Because we should have had numbers on them, maybe. But the 2 or 3 that you don't want. So
And
what could you say about loud?
David saying, oh, the residents only are pulled back.
Yeah.
That one I truly don't want.
Yeah.
And then I'm not opposed to like the safe zone. I'm not opposed to it. And the state not being sold on city property, I would be more open to listen to about that. But we're not probably part of the city right now. It's illegal, yes. And we fighting our, pushing back against ourselves on something illegal, but I'm not opposed to that. My big one is non-residents.
Okay, that's a start. That's a good start. Well, I mean, we have to start somewhere. So, Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, I think what would have helped is having maybe costs with each item, because then that kind of may have affected how we are prioritizing. I think the safe spaces, that's concerning, because we're going to have, if we're providing that, then we're going to have to truly make it safe, which is going to have additional PD, whoever there. and I just think that's that's gonna be expensive and a lot, and how we can do that might be difficult. The education is huge, informing everybody regardless if they're safe and sane or not. I have students coming to me throughout the year with burns because they've got something at home that they found or someone has them. And so having that education is going to be like, that needs to be year round, not just the month of. The discontinue sales safe and sane on city property. If we're saying we support it, then why would we be against it on our own property? That just kind of is a conflict to me, an understanding. And I think hosting that community meeting and getting that community feedback may be what turns into getting it on the ballot, if that's what feedback comes from, and then creating that policy or looking into that. But that, again, I know that's not on today's recommendations. So those are just the big ones that I was kind of concerned with. Is this for tonight?
We'll go around a couple times. We appreciate this, the city clerk with her expertise getting us ready. I'll just go through. Someone said earlier about, this is kind of like a new issue, and we're doing this because of the grand jury, and we're doing it over. Me and the mayor, I know we've been working on this for a while, and the vote we took to push back against illegal by limiting safe and sane was way before the grand jury, right? Many years ago. And I'll get back to that in a second, but I just want to say this has to be a problem that this community has been dealing with for, I would say, decades. Just think about it. It was, I'm sure I'm not going to say nothing you guys don't already know, right? But it was older people 20 years ago that didn't like the sound of fireworks. It was young people, it was animals 20 years ago that didn't like the sound of it. It was definitely veterans 20 years ago in this community that didn't like the sound of it. So this is not new. It's just, we're finally getting to a balance where the citizens are saying, hey, it might be time to take a good look at this. And I would say, there are residents that do not like or support illegal fireworks. And they have a right to a peaceful neighborhood, peaceful community, and their concerns should be seriously considered, right? And so let's not gloss over that. And I think that's what some of us are talking about here tonight when we're talking about this illegal use of fireworks. And it's really, how can we limit that? And that's what these recommendations are talking about. How do we limit that? No, I didn't see. Like I said, I didn't see anything on there that says limit safe and sane sales, right? Hey, not on our property, not, they can't be used after 10 o'clock, but that's not limiting the sales, right? And so I thought most of the recommendations were well thought out, thought through, and I want to thank the chief of police and the chief of fire, the city manager, and the Community Safety Advisory Commission for thinking through these difficult issues surrounding the use of illegal fireworks. This is not easy. We had people think through this, and these are some of the recommendations they came up with. And so we should look at them and entertain some of them. I do have problems with the safe and sane zone, because where is that supposed to be at, right? And I think Councilman Burke said it excellently, where if we're designating zones, all of a sudden we become responsible for what goes on that zone. And so not only that you have that zone, but if we don't have police and fire in that zone, now all of a sudden police and fire is not checking out the illegals. They're watching the safe and sane being done correctly. So it was a good suggestion, but I don't think it works, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a good suggestion. And then sale of safe and sane to residents, I just find that's hard to enforce, and asking people for their water bill when they come up and buy, what is the proof, right? So it has to be something, bring me a gas bill, bring me a cable bill, right? So the object is, how do we squeeze the illegal use? And I think the curfew is a good one. Someone said, hey, it gets dark a little earlier. But if everybody came out and at 9 o'clock when it got dark with the little kids and safe and sane, right? And they did their safe and sane between 9 and 10, that's an hour of fireworks for you and your family. Right. So don't, if you're telling me you have to do yours at 10 o'clock at night, that's the problem, because your neighbor is saying it's 10 o'clock at night, it's 10:30 at night. Right. So for me, that's a no-brainer. That's a good compromise, right? Parking enforcement, I think I definitely support. I just go down the list. Increase number of drones, we did that. We're buying. If we had to buy more, I think we'll do that. Safe and sane zone, I talked about that. That's asking for liability. So I don't support that. Pass out flyers, I think Councilman Burks was right. That's year round, or that's a sophisticated use where Volar or anyone else that can help us do that year round education, so to speak, that must be there. I do think that the no parking on Georgia Moore, I support that. And host committee meetings. We want to talk to the community, and maybe the community can build support for what they want to do, yes or no. I talked about the time, ending the time. I don't know if that's 10:30. Council members may want to do something different, but it should be something where the police don't have to be up to police fire. Now police, fire, and public works are up to 12 o'clock. As far as the chief and them want to keep their people out and how much we want to pay overtime. But then at a certain time, 12:30, I think they go home, and then people, come back at night. Enhanced enforcement, safe and sane use after curfew. Yeah, if it's illegal after 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, then of course enforce it. And then we talked about only to residents. If we're doing safe and sane, then it's hard for me to push them guys off city property, because you may be pushing them out of sales, right? But going back, and I'm almost done. Going back to this question about how do we put it out to the voters. I understand that, but right now when I'm looking at the calendar, I think July 4th, 2024 is way before November, the first Tuesday in November 2024. So if we're sitting up here to say, hey, put it out to the voters and leave this conversation, what are we doing here, right? Okay, so that's my point about that conversation can come a little later. But when you're talking about that, when we sitting up here, the members that was up here, when we try to eliminate safe and sane so we can get at illegals, within, I think, 2 weeks, and the mayor pro tem can educate me on this, within 2 weeks or so, the people that supported safe and sane came up with at least 2,500 registered voters verified by the board election office that said they were willing to put it on the ballot. Right. And so if we're talking about people that want to put it on the ballot to vote it down, they should think about coming up with the same amount of registered voters to show the interest, to build a support. Because I guarantee you, that's what's going to happen again. And the people that don't support it should be willing to sign that notice that they don't support it, just like the people that support it signed the petition. Right. And because, again, I don't know if it went to the ballot, is it 50-50, is it 51-50, or it's 60 on one side or the other. But when you're talking about making that decision, then it's hard for me to listen to people say, hey, the council should make a decision, but then they say the council should put it on the ballot. Because I guarantee you the people that support it don't want it to be on the ballot. Right. They don't need to be on the ballot because they're going to support it. Right. It's only the people that don't want it to be on the ballot. And so how do we fairly navigate through that and not just throw up our hands and say, hey, well, let's leave it up to the voters. Yeah, if it's on the ballot, it will be left up to them. But it's a couple more steps before that process. And if anybody, supports that process, then they have to move that question forward properly through the agendizing process. So I think, did you capture my yes or no's? Oh, you didn't? Well, what did we do on it? What was all that for? You didn't, you weren't able to? I can't remember what I just said. So, all right, we'll start. I'm kidding with you guys. No, come on now. Want to start at this end? Did you want to say something before we start?
Yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things in regards to that. I'll keep it brief and short. The 2,500 signatures that were submitted, Mr. Mayor, a sample was determined if those signatures were valid. It was a sample of 500. So we're not actually verified all 2,500. The Election Bureau took a sample of 500. I got asked to sign that document. And here how it was presented to me. Do you support kids? Do you support nonprofits? Sign here. It was not positioned to me that this was even a firework issue until I read it. And then my last point, Mr. Mayor, is when you read the top of their signature page, it says clearly, it says to overturn the city council's decision or take it to the vote of the people. So I think that they were prepared to do that. And so those were my remarks, but I'm ready to answer on all these when it's my turn.
No, I got that, but just to be clear, the sample is the official process for the election office to verify signatures. I know because I got the document, we got the document here in the mail saying that those signatures from a sample was enough to meet the criterion. So of course they didn't verify all 2,500. I mean, they don't do that for the elections. But my only point is the people that wanted safe and sane, what I won't say they were misled, the people they turned in 2,500 signatures that were verified. And we received official documents saying that that was so. Okay, that's the first thing. My only point is, if it's 50-50, we don't know. If it's 75-25, we don't know. And it's easy to say, just put it on the ballot to let them decide. But if we're being fair, it's people on both sides, it's residents on both sides. So that's my only comments. So let's start at this end and just quickly.
So number 1, yes. Number 2, yes. Number 3, no.
Number 2.
Yes. Yes for meeting. Yes for a curfew. Yes for curfew. No for number 10. Yes for number 11. And undecided for 12.
Okay, so could you add a 13 for that buyback program to look into? That doesn't mean, you still have to decide whether it's worth the cost, but have the staff look into that. Is there really a category undecided?
That's right.
No, I don't think.
And yes for buyback.
Yes. Yes for number 2. No. 4 yes. 5 yes. Yes. 5 yes. Yes. 6 yes. No. 7 yes. 12 is I don't know what the yes and no is, but I want them to be able to, I hit the stuff, I want them to be able to say them. So, no. Yes and no then, and then why can't you do that?
I'm a no on every single one of them. And the reason why I'm a no is not because I'm a no that I don't believe in them, but I believe that the community needs to tell us this is what they want us to do. I don't believe that this is necessarily going to solve the firework problem. I think that, again, that the community needs to speak up and the community needs to tell us in an election where they stand. And at that point, we can make adjustments to the safe and sane, how we see a fit, depending on the outcome of a fair election. And that's why I'm voting no, not because I don't support these. So please don't mix that up. I'm only supporting no because this is the cart before, this is the cart before the horse. I think we need to settle this with the voters first and then come back to this.
So there's no.
Yes for number 1. Yes for number 2. No. Yes. 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 And that one's kind of tricky. I feel like we've talked and debated about this for a while now, and we always get 50-50 with the community. So I'm just going to say no on this one. I think we're not going to get anywhere with it. No for the end time for use of safe and sane at 10 p.m. Yes for enhanced enforcement. No. Yes. No. Yes. I said yes for it. That's my program.
So what was the problem with the 10 p.m. curfew? You voted no. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's a little too early. Like people
Well,
people
okay,
throw
so
them
what
out at
time?
11.
Is there a time?
Oh no. The fireworks don't start going off till like 11. So
That's the problem. Okay.
yeah,
All right. No, I got it. I was just trying to see if there was some compromise there. Yeah. Yeah, of course, yes. That's how we messing around. All right, increase the numbers of drone, yes. Recommend safe zones, no. Yes. 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 I would say yes. I mean, that's, we're already doing that, but I don't want to be in the no call. No, I would say yes, but like I was gonna say before, when it's come back, if there's, if you guys want to change the times, that's all right, because it's already a no recordings time, right? It's already, but we should tell people you can't be lighting these things off at a certain time of day. Enforcement safe and sound after, yes. And then, no. No. And I would say no. Because the thing is, we tried that a couple of times of giving the show for our community and we love our friends, but we had a lot of people from Santa Cruz and the Bay Area coming out to the golf course to go to our shows and I don't think the residents here should be paying for a show for the county. But I can understand why people want to replace it, but I don't think we should be paying for other communities to enjoy. Discontinue sale of safe and sane, no. And then a buyback, of course, yes. And of course, that'll come back with the plan and how much potential costs. All right, so I think that's it, city manager. I think that's enough direction to formulate some type of ordinances, some type of program, some type of come back to the council with a firmed up ordinance and how do these programs look? When do you think you can come back with that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, is there anybody else have anything? Okay, all right, we'll move on. Number 10 is council members' requests. 10A, new council members' request.
Mr. Mayor,
Council member Miller.
I have a request.
Yes, sir.
I would like to put fireworks on the agenda for an election.
Okay, at the next meeting, you will have 1 or 2 minutes to figure out if you can encourage 2 other people to put it on the agenda for discussion. So as long as we're clear about what's going on.
I'm very familiar with the process.
Yes, I want the community to understand the process.
Thank you.
All right, and then for me, I see, man, I want to update on our climate action plan. Okay, anybody else? Good. Number 11, city attorney, city manager, city council and mayor's comments, reports. Okay.
And Mayor, just to
Yes, sir.
follow up, we're still following up on the workflow request. We are following up on that. We've engaged a consultant for the Canadian piece, same ones they use in Foster City. And also we have our new code enforcement person. And so we'll be working on the driveways, RVs and the like. We're coming back with that. Don't have a set date for that, but we are working.
Okay, we just want to make sure we keep our residents informed about what we're trying to do to resolve that issue about parking on the RVs and things of that nature. Thank you. So, city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, nothing to report.
Thank you, city manager.
Same, Mayor.
Council member Miller.
Thank you. Wonderful events for Oaxaca by the Sea. Thank you for that. I was able to attend a lot of them and really well done. And the internal light of hope at Oldemeyer was wonderful and encourage our police to continue to solve cold cases within our city and keep up the good work with that. And look forward to tomorrow night, CSUMB. That's all to report. Thank you.
What's going on in CSUMB, man?
Is that the Kala?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought maybe it was a football game or something like that.
No football there. Soccer.
Well, that's depending on what part of the country you're in.
Yeah, true, fair.
See, I got you. Then football is the biggest sport. I was somewhere and the kids were playing soccer with a football, actual football. I was like, hey, you don't know exactly what you're doing, but you're doing it, right? Council member Burks.
Just was able to participate in several of the Oaxaca events. And that was it for the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Okay. Council member Garcia Rozola.
I was able to attended Oaxaca by the Sea and I led a tour such as DLAM, visited a lot of sites here, Boys and Girls Club. Also was able to attend the induction ceremony for the new superintendent at MPC, Marshall Fulbright, on Tuesday, September 26th. So that was very great event. Got to see a lot of colleagues from around the area and really hear about the progress that Superintendent Fulbright plans on doing, and how local jurisdictions can collaborate with him on ensuring a successful outcome for our students here in the area. On September 28th, I attended the Hotspot Pavement Project Showcase with the rest of my colleagues here. Really great to highlight the work that the city is doing, and the promise we made to really get on it and fix these roads, which was super important. On Friday, September 29th, I attended the Diocese Monterey Blue Mass with our local first responders, firemen, and policemen from the region. So that was great to celebrate and uplift the great work that they do for our communities. Let's see. I know I did something today. Today I attended the Evolve experience, which was coordinated by the Monterey District Attorney Janine Piccioni, and collaboration with Monterey County Office of Education. It was a great experience to figure out ways in which we can reform community policing, and got to engage with our local first responders as well, and provide ideas on how we can work together and really change the narrative on how we police. So really great to hear from our constituents. And it was emceed by Yvonne Thomas, who is part of that committee as well, the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. So it was really great to be there, and that's pretty much all I have for you guys.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. As most of the events, I think we all attended. So it's kind of like the team, and I think we is important because it's this council, right or wrong or bad or good, has a tendency to participate in community events as a team in moving Seaside forward. And I think that's important. The Internal Light of Hope, I thought it was a wonderful event, emotional event needed for our community. And I think it's really great when our police department or our city as a whole takes a lead as being the one city that showcases itself. Attended a variety of Oaxaca events. Just wanted, without going to all of them, mentioning all of them, I wanted to thank Dan Mewis for his tireless efforts in a wide range of areas that I think some of them he wasn't scheduled to do, but he ended up doing. But just did a wonderful job, and with the staff as well. But it seemed that Dan was the engine that made the whole thing move. So I appreciate that. Hotspots, obviously, roads and streets are a priority, and it's good to see there's all of us there. And we're going to do our utmost to continue to improve those areas. Boswell Park cleanups, I think I was involved with 2. I believe the mayor was there with me on those 2 at just different times, but I think we're involved with that, and the parks are looking so much better. And generally speaking, a lot of work to do, but FOSFA and the city staff has been great. The farmers market, I continue to go every week just because I think we should as leaders, and I think the residents need to buy into that. I think they have. And there seems to be a positive growing of support of that. And I think it's a really good way to network with community residents. And I just think it does a lot of good for this community, and the location, the time, I think are very positive. And I think I've seen 3 or 4 of these farmers markets fail. And I have hope for this one. I see it, there's hope, and I see community support. And I encourage the residents to support it, because it's only as good as the residents' participation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll start with that too. Farmers Market is a home run this time. I think that's what it took, is to change the location, change the date and time. So hopefully we do have the resources to make sure they have lights out there and keep the music going, because people tend to appreciate the music. I was in my office listening to somebody bang on the drums. I guess they were having a good time over there, but that's what you need, right? If it's quiet and all you hear is people talking, then it's not that festive. So I appreciate somehow the money's being found or people volunteering. I know that's not easy to put together. I do want to say I did miss that blue mask, but I wanted to say I appreciate the Archdiocese from Monterey and the prayers for our first responders and our law enforcement officers. They do the work to try to keep us safe. And I really wanted to go out there, but I missed that. But I do want to say we thank them for their work. Attended the Cal Cities meeting up in Sacramento for a couple of days. I want to thank the council for the work they did on the meeting that I missed, moving Seaside forward with the issues you guys handled that night. We still face the same challenges of most communities, which is, again, the affordability of housing and how do you build more affordable housing for the workforce. And because of the lack of housing, that leads to homelessness and how do we protect the homelessness. Went to a panel discussion and our good mayor from King City, Mayor Mark LaBar, was on one of the panelists, and he gave an excellent presentation, particularly highlighting the work that they do down in King City on their homeless issues surrounding how do we find housing, proper shelter for people without proper shelter. So I want to highlight him for that. Other breakout sessions I went to, one was on Surplus Land Act, and just keeping up to speed on that and really maintaining local control, because sometimes the legislatures pass all these bills and in those bills, let alone unfunded mandates, but they also try to chip away at our control and our ability to control what's going on in our communities, particularly when it's surrounding land. So it was a great conference. Met a lot of new people, a lot of networking. I got some stuff I still got to get a city manager about some opportunities that we may have to bring resources to the city of Seaside. I attended a LAFCO meeting. That went well. Doing some work there. I think everybody talked about the sister city events. I just want to say it was well done. Seaside shined like the diamond that it is, shining brightly. And again, I thank the city manager and his team, and then the rec department, Dan Mullis and his team, and then everybody else that really rolled their sleeves up and made sure that our the contingency and the delegation from Oaxaca de Juarez, Mexico, felt at home, felt invited, felt at home, and they left knowing that we're good people here, if that makes sense, right? Because a couple of times they said they didn't feel that necessarily were other places that they go. And so all the things that you guys did, even the citizens, made them feel warm and welcome. I had lunch with CSUMB President Canonis. We shared our visions for a better relationship between the city and the college as it relates to our constituents, which is, they are in the city of Seaside, and she's trying to do her best to grow the enrollment over there. And we're trying our best to make sure the college students and the faculty feel as though the city of Seaside is their home, they're part of us. And that goes to other issues we'll talk about later as it relates to the main gate, but just trying to build that relationship with our local university president. And we want to appreciate her for all the work she does. To the TAMC meeting, that went well. I would just ask the city manager to make sure we're monitoring those meetings and make sure that we're not missing any opportunities to get in line for the funding needs that may be required for us. I appreciate everybody showed up for the hotspot pavement project. Like the city manager said earlier, we have a three-pronged approach. One is fixing the potholes. One is what we call those hotspot areas, a little bit bigger dig out. And of course, the ones is the complete street repavement. But we're trying to focus those, the council trying to focus those on getting it all done during the dry season, so it could be done right, so it could take hold, and then ease up during the rainy season, and then go back at it every year during the dry season. So we're really trying to focus on that, and that's something new as it relates to the hotspot program that we did not have before in the city of Seaside. Attended the Veterans Issue Advisory Commission meeting. That was again, a routine meeting. Attended the induction ceremony for Dr. Fulbright III, like Councilman Garcia Arzola talked about earlier. We just want to make sure that he knows that we support him and do our best to make sure the students that want to go to NPC, in his words, look at that NPC as a choice, the first choice, not a second choice, not a third choice, but look at it as I want to go there for various reasons, right? And so I think he's well on his way to doing that. We appreciate him, and we stand ready as the city of Seaside to support him in his vision. I want to say hats off to Hot Cars and Cool Nights. Once again, a great session of cool cars, family and friends, fun, having great time on Broadway. You know, their last show here last Friday, they said they had 96 cars, right? 96 cars, which was one of their largest shows. And so it's well attended. People come from throughout the county, because a lot of people from Salinas, a lot of people from other cities. We just want to thank the Golden Hot Rod Club for what they do, if I have that correct. Yeah, I forget it, but Gold Coast Rods, I believe. I'm sorry, yeah, Gold Coast Rods. We want to thank them. I attended the art show here at Avery Gallery. It's a wonderful gallery. It's always have art show. This one was put on, and it highlighted some youth in our community and the mentors to those youth. So it was a lot of youth here and their mentors about how to, art and draw and be that community members. Attended NAACP 51st annual Freedom Fund and Life Membership Banquet. It was well done. A stirring presentation by Reverend Dr. Amos Brown out of San Francisco. Just talked about the needs to protect the rights and liberties of all people, and just done it in a wonderful manner that just left some of us stunned by the challenges that we face. But his words will help us to move forward. Attended the Tampa Rail Policy Committee meeting. Look forward to, I think later on this month, a group of us is going to be going out to Watsonville area to look at their railroad station and multimodal station out there in Watsonville to see how we can improve ours here, particularly the one in Salinas and other areas. Water Master meeting was canceled. And then I want to say, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, the internal light of hope and remembering the victims and solving the cold cases. Really appreciate the police chief and the detectives and the team and everybody and the officers and the community members that share these tips, right? And allow the officers to go back and investigate these things and solve some of these crimes, because, you can never bring the family member back, but you can try to help with some type of closure by knowing the person that did what they did is held accountable for that and not out there hurting other people, whether it's 10 years later, 7 years later, 25 years later. And so we want to appreciate our police department for never forgetting. And then my last one is, I guess that's it. All right, I will go for closed session. The city attorney, number 12, the city attorney will read us into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The council will have a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 on one matter of existing litigation. Case name is People versus Arzadon et al. It's Monterey County Superior Court Case 20CV003118. They will also have a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 on two matters of potential litigation. And finally, they'll have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property in question is commonly referred to as the Campus Town property. The agency negotiators are the city manager et al. Negotiating parties are KBB Seaside Venture and City of Seaside. Under negotiation are the price, terms of payment, or both. For the benefit of the public tonight, I do not expect there to be any readout coming out of closed session. That concludes my reading.
Thank you so much. Public comment on our closed session items is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone to make public comment on the closed session items. Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment on closed session.
Public comment on our closed session items remains open.
No members of the public have come forward.
Thank you so much. Public comment on our closed session items is closed. We will move into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, we're gonna